Okay, good morning, everybody. We're going to call this meeting to order. Today is March the 21st, and it's now 9 a.m., so we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're going to do a roll call. We're going to start with the council and then move on to the budget.
Gardner.
Absent.
Christie.
Excused.
Deacon.
Here.
Pomelo.
Here.
Strubing. Here. Thomas. Here. And Watson.
Here.
And now roll call for budget committee. Cassad.
Here.
Finley.
Here.
McFerrin.
Here.
Paul.
Here.
Perrin.
Here.
Wade. Here. And Watson.
Here. Great. New business, please.
Yep, new business. We're going to start off by reviewing review of the FY27 municipal budget and FY27 capital budget.
Great. So everyone wants to open up the capital budget page in the back. See Mr. Cross sitting up here in the front, so I'm going to guess he wants to start things off.
Good morning, everybody. I believe we're going to start with the Public Works building because we do have the engineer here from Goral Palmer. I'm just going to go over the brief history to where we're currently at and how we've gotten to this point to see what the wishes of the Budget Committee and Council are about moving forward or not moving forward on this. Basically, in 2019, a piece of land was purchased by the Sand Building, S-Turns, towards the current location for a future Public Works building. In 2022, the building was put into the capital plan for the town. At that time, engineering money was requested, went to the voters, went through the process, which was approved. And then we hired one engineering firm, but that engineering firm moved out of state, and then we continued on with Goral Palmer. Through that time, we've looked at multiple different designs, including that lot right there. Had a council workshop on it because when it was supposed to be in last year's budget, that's when it was supposed to go forth. The original plan for that lot, I did not feel was the best solution for the taxpayers of the town. So we looked at other town lots and came up with the other lot of Northeast and Moody Road, an 8-acre parcel the town owns right there. From that, we compared the two lots. What did we feel that was best? Did a council workshop on it? The general conversation of the workshop was the Northeast Moody Road was possibly the best location. Total pricing was similar. We talk about different issues of water, fuel stations, sizes of buildings, capabilities of lots being able to do, wetlands impacts. We've had wetland surveys done on both lots, locations of what can be done and can't be done. From there, we also took from the conversation at the workshop, it talked about phasing the project because the total cost was over $11 million. So we looked at phasing just the Public Works garage in the first phase at the corner of Northeast Road, Moody Road lot, with an estimate of about $9 million to do that. And then we went to the Capital Committee with that in January. Capital Committee met in January, then in February when it was being finalized, they talked about phasing that to lower that cost in February. So meaning that just the garage would be built in multiple phases to try to do that. Goral Palmer submitted something the March 10th, which was sent to everybody of that location. It was determined that we wanted to have a joint session to talk about that version here, or what is the best option moving forward at this meeting here on the 21st. I do want to say that we've had conversations with the town lawyer about the lot at the corner of Northeast Moody Road, because what's the original purchase was for a recreational building, what went to the voters and failed in 2006. It was paid by capital reserve funds for recreation. His recommendation is that we pay that back, or he's saying that we have to pay that back, which is $325,000. to the town. The town can then choose what they want to do with the capital funds at that point, but that would be then bonded money in this to pay back the capital reserve fund. I'm gonna let Ryan Barnes continue. He is a senior municipal manager for Goral Palmer to go through a demonstration about the lots, the differences, and have proposed the different phasing that could be done through there, and to see if this is a project that the Budget Committee and Council would like to continue forward with.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Sasha. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the council and the board for inviting me to speak today. As John mentioned, my name is Ryan Barnes. I'm with Goral Palmer. I have a kind of unique background where I started in private sector and then spent 15 years working in public sector, both for the city of Lewiston, town of Standish, the town of Brunswick. So I have a unique perspective on budgeting and financing for municipal projects, which I think helps with the phasing of this project. Today, we're just going to briefly go over kind of a background. This is similar to what I did, I think it was back at the end of last year. So we'll look at existing conditions, space needs, site selection, the site constraints, because both of them do have constraints, comparisons of the two sites, and then we'll finish up with possible phasing options. I always list questions at the end, but I'm also willing to take them as we go, whatever works best. I defer to the council on that. So first, looking at the existing conditions of the site. The site has a 6,500 square foot garage and office currently, above ground fueling tanks, 850 square foot storage buildings, 500 square foot storage buildings, the existing transfer station facility and the recycle facility, the 1,800 square foot sand shed, the 12,000 square foot salt shed, and miscellaneous storage throughout the site. The storage that goes on throughout the site is one of the reasons that the space needs was such a critical component of this aspect, because essentially, and it was predates John's involvement, but Roger and now John are basically storing equipment wherever it's obviously not the best for the equipment or for the personnel using it. So with projects like this, we enlisted the help of an architect, Michael Hayes, from Grant Hayes Architects, and what he does is interviews the town, interviews public works, interviews fire, and gets the information on what is really needed. So the intent of his study is to determine both current needs, which exceeds what you currently have, and the future needs of the town, so that what you're building is a facility that will last for the next generation. The result of that study showed that there was a need for a 17,100 square foot garage, 3,600 square foot office. The intent would be to combine those just to reduce the cost of having two different buildings, shared items like HVAC, foundation walls, and other structural components that will help reduce the cost. The second component was cold storage. So this includes 10 enclosed bays. So essentially it would be one half of the building would be garage bays that would fit equipment. Then the other half, the back side of the bays, would be what are called lean-to bays. So essentially they have 3 walls and the fronts are open. It's considerably cheaper to construct in that manner because you're not having to construct all of the HVAC equipment or other things within those zones, but it provides storage out of the elements for such items that would typically be kept outside, but still getting back to longevity. In addition to that, the fuel station that is currently sited on the site is starting to get closer to age, and we're looking at trying to replace that as part of this project. So as far as site selection goes, as John mentioned, we originally started looking at the Moody Road site. We did identify some constraints that I'll go into in a few minutes that made the site pretty challenging to try to fit what was needed, let alone what is currently existing. After that, we hit and regrouped and started looking at the site at the corner of Route 35 and Moody Road to make sure that we're selecting the site that is most advantageous for the town. So as far as site constraints go for Moody Road, the site itself is about 6.7 acres. It does extend beyond the page here, which extends it to 9 acres. I'm sorry, I'm pointing at my screen. There is another parcel here that goes out to the S-curve. It is very narrow, but it does exist. There are wetlands along the site that bisect the site. There are possibly streams. We haven't had a chance to fully confirm that with DEP yet. There are steep slopes. One of the biggest problems with sites with steep slopes for public works facilities is that you need large, relatively flat areas for truck circulation. And having steep slopes means that you need either to do a lot of excavation down to create the flat spot, or need to bring in a lot of fill to create the flat spot, both of which have added cost to the project. And then I think one of the major things with this site is that there is no potable water available at this site. The wells in the area test positive for PFAS because it's a former landfill. And additionally, there is no three-phase power out to this location. And to make this a facility for the future, you would really want to have three-phase power out there, because if you don't, you're going to have what are called variable frequency drives for some of your equipment and uses. And that's just one more thing that can go wrong. So it's something we try to avoid when at all possible. So now looking at the Route 35 site, obviously it's a little bit bigger than the original site on Moody Road, but it's 8 acres total. It also, I should mention, has a nice square rectangular shape, which makes siting rectangular buildings a lot easier. That was something that is challenging with the other site. There are wetlands. There are about 1.5 acres of wetlands on this site, which is more than there are on the other site. So looking at a comparison of the two sites, and again, if I'm going too quickly, I know I've already presented this, feel free to jump in. So comparison of the site, the Moody Road site, again, is about 6.7 acres. It can fit the 20,700 square foot office and garage. That is this larger building to the side. But it can't fit the full cold storage building as proposed by Grant Hayes. It only fit approximately a 7,200 square foot cold storage building. That would be intended to be just the enclosed spaces, and it would only be about 70% of what was originally proposed by Grant Hayes. So roughly 40% of the cold storage building could fit on this site. It may not be able to fit on this site because of grades. Fueling would have to be off-site just because of the way the grading works. If we wanted to extend the grading out in this direction, it would greatly increase the cost to do fills, and you'd be looking at retaining walls. Steeper site grades, as I mentioned, make this a little bit more challenging. For those who don't read contour lines every day like I do, as you come into this site from Moody Road, down in this corner here, you would have about an 8-foot cut. So it would drop off about 8 feet. It would level off, and then on the back side of the site, you'd end up with about a 10 or 12 foot fill. So it's a pretty significant fill in this area. Because of the way that the site is set up, it has constrained access and maneuverability. Basically everything's at the minimums for truck circulation on this site, which is never the ideal. We would like to have a little bit of buffer through the sites. Expansion on the site at this location is pretty limited. Basically what we're showing right now is what can fit on the site. And for the wetland impacts, we're only impacting the setbacks. So there wouldn't be what's called in-lieu fee costs for the DEP associated with impacting wetlands at this location, but we'll go into costs as we move forward in more detail. Stormwater treatment, so treating for water quality and water quantity, because we're in the watershed of Sebago Lake, would have to be under the pavement. So basically we'd have to put in large tank chambers under the pavement to collect the water and to treat the water. Having that under the pavement makes both future maintenance more challenging, and it reduces ability to what you can expand, because the large tank systems, once they're in the ground, is an area that you couldn't put something else in the future. Again, potable water is not available at the site. We would have to extend it from Route 35, which is about a 6,000 foot water main extension. And this option would require extending three-phase power from the current limits at the solar field on the other side of the S-curve, which is about a 3,000 foot extension. And the preliminary opinion of probable construction cost for the site, as you see it on the plans, is $11,700,000. I should note that doesn't include the three-phase power. Three-phase power is kind of a wild card right now because of all the solar projects going on, so extending that is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $300,000 to $600,000, but it could be significantly more than that, especially as times are a bit volatile right now. Costs for things like the materials for doing that have gone up pretty significantly. So as far as the Route 35 site, site area is just under 8 acres. We are able to fit the entire 20,700 square foot municipal garage. That's the area shown right here. It does fit the entire cold storage building. That's the area back here. Is available on site. That's what's in the buildings. And because of how this is arranged, it gives a lot of extra maneuverability area between the two buildings, which again is the preferred methodology because it gives more room for things to move. This site has the potential for expansion. Stormwater treatment is currently envisioned that it would be constructed somewhere in this upper right quadrant. But it would leave this area here for future development of the town if they wanted to look at siting another municipal facility at this location. So it has future expansion once you get the utilities and everything run to it. The cost of that next phase of a future project would be beneficial. Potable water is available right from Route 35. You can see we have that coming in cross-country through the site here. Three-phase power is available from Route 35, and we would just extend that to the site. It would require just one utility pole. Wetland impacts are approximately 0.85 acres. This does require that we would pay in fee for the site. That is a compensation for impacting wetlands. So you can impact wetlands, but you have to pay for them. Impacting them for this site would be roughly $200,000, $250,000. Those costs are included in the opinion probable construction costs for the site. So this site comes in at slightly less than the other site, $11,600,000. But I do want to point out that this site includes the full build out as recommended by Grant Hayes. So we're not actually comparing apples to apples on this site, but I'll go into that with further slides, creating kind of a better apples to apples comparison so that we can see what the differences between the two sites would be if you could fit everything on the other site. So as far as these two sites go, we did a comparison. You can see we've already reviewed all of the different items on the list. What I'll say is the items in green are the alternatives or the better options down the list. And you can see that looking at the matrix that the Route 35 site definitely has more of the green. So it's definitely more preferred option as far as constructability and ability to meet the needs of the town, both now and in the future. So I mentioned we looked at options to do work on the other side of the site to fit the full cold storage building. I will say that this never got beyond conceptual just because of the cost implications that were discovered with it. So a couple of things I want to point out is that the site in total with the other portion that we already discussed is about 9.9 acres. It is unfortunately a horseshoe shape, which makes grading it a bit more challenging. And again, these steeper grades along the sides here make it so that we end up having to kind of chase those grades out when we go to find those flatter areas for the truck maneuverability. It does fit the entire site encompassed, fits the 20,700 square foot garage just off the page. The 19,200 square foot cold storage building. The fueling would have to remain either at the transfer station or where it is currently, just because there isn't room on this site to accommodate the maneuverability. Because to get trucks in and around it, it is a rather large footprint for the fueling. So the cost to do that would be pretty astronomical. The steeper grades mean that we would need about 450 feet of retaining wall. That's the dark blue line that shows around the building. That wall would be anywhere between 6 feet tall and 12 feet tall in the rear, which is a pretty substantial construction. The fills on the back side of the site would be about 15 feet tall. The cut on the front would be about 5, so you are talking about a pretty substantial grade change from front to back. Even with this, it would still be constrained maneuverability. you'd have your full 60 feet to get trucks in and out of this area, but at that point it's a sheer drop-off, so there is no buffer space. Expansion on the site beyond these two buildings would still be limited. Wetland impact, we could maintain it to just the setbacks only still. Stormwater treatment for this portion as well would have to be under pavement because of the grades. And it would still require the potable water extension and require extending the three-phase power. Total cost to try to add this to it, so more of an apples to apples comparison, although the fuel would not be at the same location, it would be in proximity, would be about $15.2 million. Again, doesn't include the three-phase power, so you'd be somewhere in the $15.5 to $15.8 million range, we believe, for this site to be an apples to apples comparison to the Route 35 site. So again, put together the matrix, including all of the other options. So what we just talked about is listed as Route 2, which is that apples to apples comparison to Route 35 and Moody Road 2. So we're looking at these two columns here, and you'll see that it still shows that the Route 35 site is the more desirable site as far as constructability and ability to meet the town's needs. So as John mentioned, we wanted to look at phasing for the site because we understand that it's a large capital expenditure. So we started looking at the full build out, which is the $11.6 million, and kind of work our way backwards to what could be easily kind of parsed out into future phases without causing substantial cost increases in doing so. So the first option we looked at was essentially to remove the entire cold storage building, including some of the additional parking that we put as a result of that. That parking, as well as the storage in the back, is for some of the equipment that still wouldn't be able to fit within the cold storage building. But if we're not building the cold storage building, then we don't need to build those accessory uses. So it includes more than just the building cost itself. It includes a reduction in the stormwater treatment costs as well as the utility costs. So again, you're at $11.6 million for the entire site. The savings to remove that from it is roughly $3.4 million, which reduces the total cost of the project to about $8 million. Again, these are construction cost numbers. Next, we looked at the next logical thing to remove would be the fueling. We could keep the fueling, at least in the short term, at the current facility. So removing that plus the accessory paving associated with it is about a $560,000 price reduction, which brings the total construction cost down to roughly $7.6 million. The final thing we looked at was removing of garage bays. I will just say that by removing the bays, you increase the future cost to put them back in because of such things as HVAC expansions, but also to build the facility that's shown in white here, you would have structural walls all the way around it, structural foundations all the way around it. When you go to expand to that next phase, you would have to put in additional structural walls and foundations. So you'd essentially be building an additional foundation and structural wall in the middle of the building that isn't necessary. That unnecessary wall will also make kind of how you connect the two buildings more challenging. So it's not an ideal situation, but it is feasible. So what you lose with this, and it'll come up in a minute, unfortunately, is 4 of the maintenance garage bays, so bays 5, 6, 7, and 8. You remove the fire apparatus bay, which I know is very important during the discussions of the space and needs. And it, most importantly, from a public works standpoint, I believe removes the wash facility. The wash facility is what will help maintain the longevity of your equipment. It's probably one of the most important things that you have, and it would be able to be done with closed tanks so that the water collected from it could be pumped and treated so that it's not going on the ground or anywhere else. So again, going through it, the cost to reduce this portion of the building would be approximately $2.6 million. Again, when you go to add that back in, you're probably not going to realize that full $2.6 million savings because of those added costs of having to build additional structural members and do it as an expansion that also disrupts current operations of the facility. So that would reduce the total cost to just under $5 million for construction. So it's something that's feasible. It is going to make future phasing more challenging, but it's something that could be done. So again, what you lose with this is bays 5, 6, 7, and 8. You remove the fire apparatus bay, which is a double bay, so it actually is 2 bays in one, so that they can fit large pieces of equipment in there. And then also the wash facility, which is 2 bays as well, so it's essentially able to wash 2 of the large trucks at one time and allow them to dry properly. So with that, I'd be happy to open it up to questions.
Other questions? So the town has grown over the last few years, doubled in size. How long before this is inadequate? The most extreme build out that you proposed, how many years of life can we get out of that? I see that we're actually talking about 3 locations. And over the next 25 years, we might need all 3 of them for expansion of town facilities. But how long are we going to get out of this site as it is right now?
So
what's your sense of that?
It really depends on how the growth continues to go. The growth of the subdivisions and commercial building will increase the amount of equipment, but it's still meant to be, like I said, that next generation sort of step. Right now, how many trucks do you have, John?
So we have 9 with a spare, and then we have, as far as single axle wheelers, then we have 4 2-ton trucks plus pickups, and the other with that other crew vehicles type of deal. The future design is to hold 30 employees for locker room, lounge area, that type of deal. Compared to what we currently have, which is the most that can really fit in there is about 14 at once. Again, this is the idea of this is also, which I didn't mention in the beginning, is that it's going to be a shared facility. So meaning that right now, fire apparatus, they have a tech, but they currently work here out of the fire bays if they have maintenance work to do. The idea is that position will come up to this building and work out of that building through that. Some other things that I'm going on is that it just went to ordinance committee. We found out that we are subject to impact fees. Public Works is. We don't have a set fee yet. The idea, I believe, is to get that put to the council by the April meeting, so there will be a set fee, if I'm correct by that, going forth. And that can be, obviously, there's nothing in the kitty yet, but we can pay down debt with that. The town has a certain responsibility to get the building to a certain size, which is approximately $6 million, determined by, we hired North Star Planning to come in and with Ryan's estimate of what the town's responsibility is to. Impact fees can be paid towards the future growth beyond the $6 million fee for that. But obviously there's nothing in the kitty right now. I'm not saying it hasn't even passed and been through the council yet, but it went through ordinance. It's coming to council for that to be done. But the town attorney's recommendation was just to keep impact fees towards a building. So.
And the one thing I'll just add is that it's $5 million, not $6 million.
Yeah.
So the contribution or the portion that would be attributable to replacement would be $5 million. Future growth would be $7 million. And so essentially we'd be able to increase between like a 50 and 70% over what the current facility has. It's hard to estimate how long that will actually last because it depends on how fast the growth happens. Right now we're in a pretty big boom. I mean, Zach keeps getting flooded with housing proposals, but I've been in the business for over 25 years and there's ebbs and flows. So it's hard to determine exactly when that next low point will be followed by the next peak. So is it 30 years? Is it 50 years? It's hard to tell without knowing exactly where that growth is going to end up. But it's a 50% expansion of what you have.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good answer. When they build schools, they project enrollment, and it's never an exact science. There are a lot of variables, but they do project enrollment size that they need for schools when they build schools. So I'm looking for something similar to you. If the town grows by 5,000 or 10,000, is this going to serve a town of 20,000 or not? And if not, what do we have to do? And what is the rough idea? I realize it's not an exact science, but school districts do it all the time. They project out that what our enrollment is projected to be a certain amount, and then they know how much classroom space and facility space they need. So I'm looking for you to tell me, as best as you can, how long this can work. Or if we build just half of it or a third of it, how long is that going to last? Then we can make a better sense of, do we want to, is it better to, instead of cutting a cost now, to make it small, knowing that we're going to have to build it anyway in a few years, it's going to be much more expensive. Is it better to do it all now? One part of that is, have you thought of dividing it in the sense that the cold water facility, cold storage facility, does that have to be co-located at the same lot? Could the cold storage facility be at one of the other two locations? Do you want to potentially convert that cold storage facility into a warm storage facility as the town grows? We might need to do that. If it's built in a certain way so that it can easily be upgraded, that could help cut costs, especially if we know we can locate the cold storage facility somewhere else or have already done so.
So if I can just add some things, the way to look at growth for me is every 5 to 8 miles of road we add, that's an employee that has to be added. So every 5 to 8 miles of road that we add, that's another plow route for this town, another person that has to come in to do that. For that, so I'm just trying to attribute growth. So as you see that as the town's accepting roads, just as a growth expense, that's my one way of looking at it is.
I guess what I'll say is, expanding up to 20,000, this facility is going to handle, as it's shown full build out. Will all the equipment be undercover? Probably not, but that's why we're showing some of these satellite storage areas now and some of these parking areas can be used for that as well. As far as cold versus traditional storage, I'm not going to. Cold storage is somewhat of a misnomer. It's usually not truly cold storage. It's what I like to refer to tongue-in-cheek as lukewarm storage. So essentially you're keeping the equipment warm enough so that it's not getting damaged when it's below zero outside. The snow's melting off of it, but you're really heating it to 40 degrees. The advantage to that is it gives you the opportunity to use some modifications to the HVAC to take it from a warm facility to a full warm facility. As far as off-site, fully agree with you. That is an option. I will say, as a former public works director, that not having your fleet spread out across the entire municipality creates challenges. City of Lewiston is currently doing it where they have half their snow fleet on one side of the city, half on the other. It just makes it a little bit more challenging to actually do your job. But the advantage is with the additional land that's available down at the transfer facility or at the former public works facility, if this were to be built, that there absolutely is the opportunity to build future cold storage buildings in those locations. What I typically recommend is that those be used more for like seasonal storage, so that in the wintertime you're storing your tractors and lawn equipment. In the summertime you're storing your sidewalk plows and equipment that's, your plow blades and everything else that's typically used just in the winter months. So it's kind of like an infrequent storage. So you're not going to it every day, but it's there if you need it. So I hope that answers your question, but I do think that we've set this facility up for the future.
I also want to add that we are looking at the lot towards Moody Road in the operating budget. You're going to see a feasibility of the transfer station. I've been asked by some of the council members to look at that. They've made a proposal for that. So that would include that area. Would that maybe be a new deck area? I mean, to that, and just leaving MSW at its current location, because at our current location, we can possibly repurpose some of what's called impervious area towards that expansion. But, as I use this example often, we currently at our transfer station, we don't have a scale house, but we pay to dispose of everything by the ton. We charge by the yard to bring it in. So is a yard of bricks the same as a yard of construction material? It's not. So, there's ebbs and flows. Yeah, do we win and lose some? Probably. But it's not the exact. A lot of transfer stations have gone to scale houses, so it's the same across the board. So there's a study in there to see what is the next. Obviously I put a short-term solution into there by extending the hours or days at the transfer station. But again, at some point we will max out at that, the way the town is growing. So where is that the best thing? Is it that other lot? Possibly. That's what we're looking at to see with DEP and that other stuff. So I think that has to be taken into account, that, there is other usage that we are looking, if that's the way the council, chooses to go, but we are looking at that.
And I think as a minimum, the existing public works facility will likely be incorporated into that future transfer station, or at least a portion of it, just to make the vehicle circulation work there. I actually used to live in Standish. I used to go to that transfer station every weekend, and I understand that it's not the best circulation, and that was 15 years ago, so I can only imagine what it's like now.
Phil, somebody had a hand up down here, I don't know who it was.
I think
And
Lisa
then
had.
Lisa had, and then there was
before
stuff
me.
on the building committee, so who wants to go first?
I'll let Lisa go.
Okay, Lisa, go ahead.
Thank you. Quick question. The original 9 million in the budget was for everything that we see here except for the red dotted lines?
No, the 9 million in the budget was for
Everything except the yellow.
everything but the yellow. So it was the fueling, and so essentially, let me just go back in time. So it's for the section you see in gray here, and I keep pointing at my screen. The added cost from the 8 million is for the engineering, construction, administration, and architecture design fees.
Follow up to that question. If we were to split this into 3 phases, that first initial small piece, how long would that take to put up in comparison to doing this full 9 million build out, time-wise?
Time-wise, it's gonna be not a huge savings, a few months probably.
So, okay. Thank you. This was extremely helpful and it clarified a lot of information. And yeah, thank you for that. Thanks for bringing numbers.
Go to Jen.
I'll go first.
Go ahead.
I chair the Capital Improvements Committee, and just so everybody knows, in capital, we really didn't like this plan at all this year. I think it was two of our members were against the project this year, and one was on the fence at the 9 million. And at the 4 or 5 million, I think 2 of us were still not excited about it, and 1 was possible, but I don't want anybody to think for 1 minute that this come out of the capital plan as a favorable thing this year for the town, because it didn't. We brought it, I decided to bring it out to the full council because it would have got killed in committee for sure. But I wanted to bring it out to give John a shot at getting it passed through the town, or through the budget committee, whatever. So, so saying that, I'm not for this plan this year. The impact fees is something new. It's just popped up in the last 3 months. Like John said, there's no money in there. A year from now, there might be hundreds of thousands in there. We don't know. There might be nothing. We don't know. I think that we're way too early on this project if we're looking at impact fee money, because we don't know if there's going to be any, or what it can be used for, I should say. So I guess I think it's a next year project at the earliest. This deal just come together in the last month or so with Laura Palmer, with the pictures we're seeing today. I'm just not for it this year. I think when you see where your taxes are going this year, it's going to be pretty scary.
Go ahead, Jen.
I have a question. First, I appreciate you joining us on a Saturday morning. You feel our pain. Is there a number as to what the utility expenses are going to be for heat and water going forward?
John, I believe you had received information on that.
I received buildings for natural gases. I shared that with the Capitol building. The closest one was the Thompson building. I can share. I just have the 1 copy, but it's natural gas prices. The idea would be propane prices. I don't know, maybe Henry can add any more to it on any of that stuff through.
That facility, I believe, is kind of comparable in size, but fortunately, we was able to connect to a natural gas line that runs directly through there. I think, John, do you have the cost on that?
Yeah, I do. Share, pass it.
Just a ballpark number.
Natural gas yearly cost for January of 25 to December of 26 was $15,839.
When you say you're saying propane or natural?
Natural gas.
And we are never going to get natural gas into town, so you can scratch that one off. I don't see it ever coming here unless we got major business coming into town. They'll never bring natural gas through Standish. So that's a number that we don't even want to consider. The propane and our heating oil is gonna be our way we're gonna have to go on this building. No way natural gas, that number's gonna show up anywhere.
Obviously, my only other comments that I'd like just to point out a little bit, I understand when is the good time to do this building? Because if you look at our capital plan coming up in the future, you have the 25 quarter, fire department expansion, town hall's gonna need something at some point. When is the good time?
I think if I could just also add that if the town decided today to move forward, you're still at least a year to a year and a half out from when you'd be breaking ground because of design and permitting. So just wanted to point that out. That's something to also keep in mind. The earliest you'd be looking to break ground would be somewhere in 27, most likely, if not 28.
So I know Heidi had a question, then Jen and Tasha, so, and Carol.
Anybody on this budget committee, you guys can all ask questions if you have a question to ask. And just want to confirm, today this decision has to be made and that we don't have the 14 days. So we have to come up with an agreement together with the council and as a budget committee, which is unfortunate. I have a question. Did the plan, I'm gonna call it the S-curve plan, it's easier for me because they're both on Moody Road, include in the $11 million, did it include water being brought down there?
Yes.
Thank you. And the fuel station age currently, so when you say there's no room for a fuel station at the S-curves, really, it's right there. It's just right next door where the current facility is. So it's not like it's across town. It's right next door, right? Because this property abuts what we currently have, which what we currently have, I would love for John to just explain what we have. So I believe we currently have 2 bays, correct?
We have 2 bays currently. Like I said, the total building square footage is 6,500 square feet. The fuel station, we just have diesel at our location, which is a 2,000 gallon tank. If in the future, if we are going to stay there and not do something, I'm just throwing this out there. We ran out of fuel twice this winter. So we're gonna look at, something's gonna have to be done on fueling to that type of deal. For that during winter, the prolonged storms.
How many trucks can you put in the current bay at one time?
So I would say 3 large trucks with a smaller truck, if you maybe wanted to do that, 4. But that would be the most that you could do that.
And we just hired our first mechanic, is that correct?
So we have a mechanic tech. So we had somebody as a driver labor operator that did a mechanic tech, worked in the garage year round, but we hired an official first mechanic this past year. I would also have you look at, I provided some pictures in the operating type thing. The first picture is a sand pile, but that's to go with operating. If you look at the future pictures on the way back, the current floor has got radiant floor. We can't just go add a drain catch system because again, like you said, it would require tanks underground. It's got a radiant floor, so meaning the heat comes from the floor is heated. If you look at the last picture in the back there, there's over an inch of water that they're crawling through because either we have to squeegee it out or it melts or evaporates to get that out of there. So in the conditions of the current bays type of deal, I have no idea why it was never put in to begin with, but if you look at that in your pictures, I think it's a great example of that.
John, I don't think we gotta go into that. The question I asked was how big it was and how many mechanics, because you actually have a 4-bay garage for 1 mechanic. So we could have, for him to be working on 4 different trucks at one time. But I think we gotta move this forward because we've been.
I do know the budget.
We have got a long meeting. So.
This is the picture I was referring to, just so.
I know the budget has quite a few more questions, so if we want to.
Right, and it was already a note passed that if we could have a copy of this PowerPoint, and then I would also like clarification from Scott or how we're proceeding through this day. Is the budget committee going to have, or is the council going to have a recess so the budget committee can continue to meet so that we can make our decisions or come up with our recommendations?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And then the only other question I personally had was, how many acres of wetlands are at each different location? So it looks like there's less at the S-curves, and then I believe I heard you say there's 1.5 acres of wetlands on this corner of 35 and Moody? Thank you. But Budget Committee?
To answer your previous question, absolutely, John already has a PowerPoint presentation and he's welcome to share it with you. See it. And as far as the amount of acres, it's about a half acre to 3/4 of an acre on the S-curve site. It does go kind of right through the middle. There is kind of a gully there, so it would be, if we were to try to bridge that or go over that, it would make it a lot more challenging as trying to pipe the water that's going across there now, especially because typically you don't want to put buildings on top of storm drain infrastructure. So that's why we're showing it set aside as we have it shown in the plan.
Thank you.
Carol?
First, I want to let you know my complete disappointment in the fact that we're just getting this paperwork today. We have to make a decision. Excuse me?
I said I couldn't agree more.
I would like copies of the conceptual designs. What we have here doesn't get into the building. And I don't know, maybe an ant can read that, but I can't. I'm totally disappointed that this is a $9 million project and we're just getting paperwork today. And we have to make a decision today. And I have to be out of here at 2 o'clock today. Not fair to any of us sitting here on the Budget Committee. And I don't know when the council got this paperwork, but it's probably not fair to you guys when we're looking at $9 million. There is considerable wetland, and I mean, some people may not think 1.5 acres is considerable, but there are considerable wetlands on the 35 site. And you commented that there is a $200,000 to $250,000 fee, so we could build over that. Exactly what does that mean? We're filling in wetland that we really shouldn't. I just need an explanation for that.
So the wetlands that are on this site are considered to be low value wetlands. So they aren't habitat, they aren't vernal pools. They're essentially just isolated wetlands because of depressions in the ground and a higher groundwater table. Likely some of them are related to the fact that probably 30 or 40 years ago the site was logged. And when that happened, a lot of times they end up leaving depressions. Those depressions end up becoming wetlands. So filling those wetlands in from a habitat standpoint has been reviewed. And the in-lieu fee, what it is you essentially pay into a fee to Maine DEP, and then they'll look for other projects within the community and within the county. That money can be used to help enhance other wetlands and river corridors.
Okay, can I also get copies of those reports, please, about the wetlands?
What location are you referring to?
The Route 35 site.
Okay, how about the other site?
What do
There are wetlands on the Moody Road site as well?
there are wetlands on the Moody Road site as well, yes.
And those were found to be,
I honestly don't recall. Those were done by Ransom as part of the previous study.
okay, can I get copies of both of those wetland reports, please?
The town has copies of both.
Okay.
I would like to say, Carol, just so you understand of how the council has had the information about the 2 lots since October, going through the workshops. Obviously, we usually first meet with the Budget Committee when we hand out the stuff, and you have your 14 days. I had no idea that you were meeting prior till I got email questions to me last week. I then sent Heidi all the information to them. So, I think the timeline had an issue with that. Like I said, I accept responsibility for not getting that to you, but I didn't know you were meeting ahead of time to discuss stuff. So, that's.
I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. And I do understand that you pay now or you pay later, because the cost of this building is going to go up as years go by. But I also think that this is probably not the time to look at this when we're looking at our economy right now and people are being taxed out of their homes. This is going to put a burden on a lot of folks. And when we say that, oh, it's only going to add $20 to your mortgage each month, that's great for somebody that can afford that, but somebody's living on Social Security, and we have a lot of elderly folks that live in the town. Those costs are going to be astronomical for them.
And just so you're aware, I did provide you the 2 for bond amounts, 5.5 and 9 million, a 20-year note and 30-year note for each, that were done by the Finance and Assessing Department for you to look at.
I appreciate that. And if we were to build on the Route 35 and there's stormwater runoff, there are housing developments or houses all around that site. What does that do to does it impact their wells? Have they been approached and told about this? Not everybody watches Standish Town Council meetings on TV.
So this would have to go through full planning board at that time, that this is when the abutters get notification and stuff like that for that. And the stormwater plans, obviously the idea we talked about is containment, mostly by tanks for that. Again, there's no expected salt storage at this location, no sand storage at this location that's expected for that.
Okay, so if somebody's well were to become contaminated by anything, whether it's something from the garage or what have you, what is the cost?
I think it all depends on what it's contaminated by to give that and what the remediation is on what it is for that. I
Can you give
mean,
me a
just
general
normal.
idea? Just a ballpark figure of what it might be.
I don't know that.
And wouldn't you suspect that if it's done properly, we're not gonna have neighbor issues? I mean, or else someone failed somewhere further.
So in addition to meeting planning board requirements, this project is large enough that it would also trigger site law, which is the main Department of Environmental Protection regulation. So it would have to meet air quality, have to meet stormwater quality, stormwater treatment, stormwater runoff for flood standard. So the site would be subject to, and it'd be similar to any other commercial site in the town. So it's going to be subject to the same regulations and the same requirements that this versus if one of the other facilities wanted to expand, like either Hannaford or one of the trucking agencies.
Okay, and my last question, are these the only two sites that were looked at, or is there other town land that this could be moved to that would be less?
Not in proximity to the sand salt building location. Meaning there is not other town-owned land for that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McFerrin.
Yeah, I just have a few questions. So John, do you currently have three-phase power at your current location?
We do not, we use inverters currently for the transfer station.
Okay, so it's really the transfer station that should have three-phase power, not so
Well,
much a municipal building.
I'm assuming with the expansion that would require the three-phase power because of the size increase in electrical needs.
It would either require three-phase power or EFD inverters for the new facility, in addition to the transfer station.
Okay.
Our recommendation would be to extend the three-phase power because then you'd have it at the transfer station as well.
Okay. And I know in previous meetings, there's been discussion about grants for extending the water line to the, what Heidi referred to as the S-curves or where the current location is. Have those been explored?
Approximately one half of it is.
We could approximately get half of the total construction cost for it, which would be about $1 million. Those are very competitive, and typically at this point, the only way to get them is through the congressionally delegated grants. So you'd have to go through the Senator Collins' office to be able to get them, and they're pretty competitive right now. So trying to get them is very challenging.
So we haven't explored it, is what I'm hearing you say.
We've looked to see if we're eligible, but until we have a project engineered or designed, we can't submit for the grant, I believe. Is that correct?
And typically the projects that are being submitted for right now are to fix water quality issues for large housing developments. So Brunswick has one going on right now that was to bring water to a large trailer park facility that had failing water quality. So they tend to go for potable water for larger uses. We would explore it more if we went with that option.
Just for everybody's sake, let me just back up a step. Could one of you gentlemen explain exactly what three-phase power is?
So it's fluctuating power, meaning that it's not consistent. That's the best terminology that I can do with it.
I'm not that type of engineer, unfortunately.
Okay. One of the questions that I have is, you talked about I think about improvements. So when we look at the Moody Road Route 35 project, and I asked this question the other night of what the remediation would be for noise pollution for the residential area, light pollution that would come out of that facility, and environmental impact. So I understand that you are going to control as best you can everything in those facilities to be gone, to be run off into a tank and then pumped out and potentially sent off site for cleaning or whatnot. But my question is, you have a large amount of impervious surface there that you're paving around that facility. Is it fair to say that at some point in the winter, you're going to be salting that area to keep it clear of ice and debris?
Yes,
And where I'm going with that, John, is how does it impact? I mean, there's a house right across that property line that has a well.
I haven't looked to see, I know the water main runs on 35, so I'm assuming the house is on 35 have that. Obviously, going up Moody Road, there is no water main.
Correct. And from my experience, we are paying roughly $50,000 for a reverse osmosis for every resident that we impact. So my concern there is just how many could be impacted by that. I think that's all the questions I have for now.
I don't want to belabor the point here, but we spent an hour on this, and so any other questions? I need you had one.
In your notes, John, you write that the space limitations that you implied 20 full-time staff plus transfer station personnel.
That's with transfer station personnel.
It states plus transfer, so it's not. So when I add all of the stuff in operating, it's 14 for public works and 4 transfer station.
But then I have somebody.
The 2 part-time.
Part-timers that come up in the wintertime, the shared position.
Thank you.
I have an overall comment. My vote is no on the public works garage. My recommendation would be that we zero that out for this year, because I feel like we are rushing this through and we're just getting piecemeal information. We had a workshop meeting in October. The council said, okay, yes, we need that, but we need to tweak this plan because this is too expensive. We get a tweaked plan on March 10th, which happened to be a council meeting day. It also was the day we were holding the public hearing for the budget. So we have people testifying that, oh, I don't like the price of the public works garage. And then we're hearing, oh, well, it's been reduced. And never mind the fact that we purchased land to put the public works garage in the S-curves, and then that's not gonna work. But we purchased land to put a rec building, but that didn't work. But now we want to put the public works garage there. And now we're also finding out some new information today that if we want to put the public works garage on the corner of Moody Road and Northeast Road, we have to repay the capital reserve funds of $325,000 to public works, to the rec department. So my recommendation is that we slow this down. We have a workshop meeting where we meet with all of the departments who are looking for more space in the coming years. We take an inventory of what land the town owns, what land the town has that is in a stage where it has been tax foreclosed, but we haven't finished the final steps, to see what our needs are going forward. We also have pending a new impact fee, and that maybe we let that kitty build up so that we have some funds to advance towards this project. So my recommendation today is that we change that, and that's a no.
Yes.
But one more thing, as far as the budget committee being stressed with the time frame, in 18 years as town council, we have never passed anything on to you until we deliberated our budget like we're doing today. And then you've always had 14 days to ask questions, get more information, and I have no idea how you guys ended up with having to discuss the capital plan. We got it, but it should have never happened, and hopefully it'll never happen again, because we're supposed to pass the budget on to the budget committee at the end of our our process here. And it's put you guys in a bad situation. I feel terrible for you.
So is there any, you have a question?
No, just a brief statement.
Yep.
The town is growing. Everyone has been worried about infrastructure. Infrastructure needs to be maintained and improved to support the growth of the town. This is where it starts. It has been in the capital plan for a while. Yes, it was expensive because the longer it waits, the more expensive it gets. The longer we hold our breath on this, the more expensive it's gonna get. The longer we partition out all of those pieces, the more expensive it's gonna get. The faster we're gonna lose capability to support the town. Yes, it's a large number. I understand that. Yes, it's a piece of land that was purchased for something else that didn't go there. That being said, this money is going to be spread out over bond payments. The cost to replace the trucks, the cost to repair the trucks, the cost to slips and falls in the workplace can all be mitigated by improving infrastructure, and this could be where it starts. It's a big pill to swallow, and I did not want to go for the $9 million. I thought that was gonna be way too much to push to the public. I really did. I was not for it. I was with Phil. I said, that's too much. And because of that, John worked with the engineer to reduce the price. Now, looking at what they presented, they're giving us maybe a quarter of what we could have for $9 million, and it's not gonna last long. And we're gonna have to add to it, and when we add to the budget in 2 or 3 more years, I would tack another $2 million onto that next stage price. Yes, there's a lot of questions, but we have to start somewhere. So I'm voting yes for this because I don't have a garage at my house and my car is going to hell. I can only imagine how expensive it is to replace and repair, big ticket equipment. So just keep that in mind. The longer we push it off, the more expensive it's gonna be, the more we're gonna run out of fuel, the more we're gonna have to repair blades, the less, we're gonna enjoy how the roads are plowed. That's stuff to keep in mind. I know it's a big ticket item.
Brendan, I had just one.
Yes, you got it.
It's super fast. John, you told me in the beginning you ran an estimate for our residents. And I agree, I'm concerned with the taxpayer. So say we with the help of our assessor, Joe, our median home in Standish is 400,000, and what would that look like for the taxpayer?
And so for the average, for the average payment of the loan, because it fluctuates from the beginning to there, so they took the average payment of the loan I'll start with a 30-year note, is a $112 increase, $9.33 a month, 31 cents a day.
So for the average resident, it would be an extra $112 a month.
Not a year.
A year.
Yep.
Okay.
That doesn't include your power, your hiring a janitor to clean, whatever you gotta do. That doesn't include that. That's just, all that's gonna be added in somewhere on the tax too, because if you're paying $30,000, $40,000 a year for electricity and for heating, that's gonna be added in the budget also. So even though that's a good number, there's also more that comes into that.
I did ask the Wyndham Public Works Director. He didn't know the square footage of his building, but if you're familiar with it, what is his heat number? And I believe he also heats with propane. Facility cost is roughly $40,000.
That's including electricity or just the?
Yep, his utility.
So 40?
Yep.
Thank you. I guess we gotta move this along.
I think we're now gonna have time for council discussion and open it up for suggestions and stuff so we can move this.
Yeah, let's move it.
So
Quick clarification, is this the 9 million or is this what money?
I think that's what we have to decide right now.
Oh, gotcha.
Whether it's gonna be 9, whether it's gonna be the 4.9, or it's gonna be 0. So we're open for discussion as a council, yes.
So we also have 2 trucks on.
2 trucks on here also.
Are we bifurcating this, or
The
we're gonna do
idea,
that truck discussion right now?
I think we should do it all right now and then pass it on to,
So can John explain what he's asking
Yes.
for with the 2 trucks?
let's talk about the trucks.
so this original packet was put together, what I'm referring to is this right here, the replacement of truck 3 and truck 7. Was put together in January. Updated mileage, we're at almost 94,000 miles. 8,800 hours, I believe. Requesting a placement of truck 3, which is the Shaw's Mill, Route 35 area right here, single axle dump truck. The reason I'm asking for replacement is we've had significant issues over the past years, so high flow oil pressure, pumps, front spring replacement, where the rear body attaches to the frame at the pivot point had to be taken off and re-welded. To that, it used to have an exhaust stack on the side which rotted off. Had to make a modification to that, and since this was put together in January and given to the Capitol, we lost the rear end in it, the pinion bearing, causing a $5,000 since then added a cost to it. I've provided pictures of where we did the modification to, or I should say a welding shop did the modification to remounting it, rust issues, all around pictures of the truck for that. Requesting $315,000 for that. That is the verbal estimates, that the number I should carry to make sure where we're going, because this will not bid until after approval.
How about the truck 7?
Truck 7 was in last year's budget to replace. I was supposed to get another department's vehicle for that. But since then, I've had to replace the back body, put an aluminum body on that. The rocker panels had to be done. It's been repainted twice. The front quarter panels haven't to be done. Manifold issues. Requesting, there's pictures of the plow showing holes in the frame of the plow. With a sander, requesting $90,000 to replace that. The sander that was on that, I gave to the rec department because I was with the intent of getting that truck back with that. For that, so that is why a full replacement of $90,000. It's used for crew usage, plowing of side roads, throughout that.
Is there any council questions about the trucks? Yes, Bill?
Okay. First of all, the $90,000 truck, John was supposed to get one from the rec department at 2019. I say John gets that truck because he was promised that truck. We're told he's gonna get it. I say he gets that truck and we take this $90,000 out completely. Right now, the rec department now has that truck there with a plow. We just got a brand new truck with a plow. They plow 6 hours after a snowstorm with a plow truck. They don't need 2 plow trucks. It's impossible. They don't even have 2 guys to drive plow trucks. So I should say we move that 2019 truck from rec to John's Public Works, which is what was supposed to be to begin with. And then when we get to rec department, we find them a good used truck. It doesn't have to be a plow truck. It could be a regular pickup truck. Find a good used truck for $15,000, $20,000. That'll last them 10 years. I think that we take that truck out completely and do what we originally planned to do.
Do you want to make that a motion, or you just?
Make that a motion.
Okay, so there's a motion, is there a second for that motion?
Okay, could you say it again before I second that?
Well, John was supposed to get a 2019 plow truck from the rec department. Well, then somehow the rec department ended up getting a brand new truck this year with a plow on it. So John was supposed to get the 19 truck to go into his rotation.
Is that the truck that we were?
Yes,
the-
impact fee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now they have 2 plow trucks. They don't need 2 plow trucks because they only plow after the storm is over. They don't plow during the storm at all. They probably could do one of John's trucks after the storm. So I'm saying we don't need 2 plow trucks in the rec department. So what I'm suggesting, we take this $90,000, move the rec truck over to John's, which is what the original intent was. And then the rec department doesn't need 2 4-wheel drive trucks. That we can buy them a regular truck for a third of this money, probably $20,000. Find a good used one. This thing you have to buy brand new all the time is getting ridiculous. So truck they use part-time in the summer for the summer help uses this other second truck. So that's my plan. Save us $90,000.
The motion is to take the 2019 that was supposed to go from
To the
rec
rec
to
department.
Public Works, give it to Public Works, and remove the $90,000 for the new
Correct.
truck.
So for purposes of this Public Works budget, we're zeroing out.
Be
truck
zero
seven.
than truck 7.
I second that.
Is there a motion and a second for that? Any discussion about that motion? Okay, so all in favor of that? That is unanimous, so that will pass. And that will be
Now, the
zero.
second truck, the truck 3, that's a single axle truck, John.
That's correct.
I say we reduce that from 315 to $175,000 and find a really nice year or two old plow truck that's out there. They're out there all the time. I just bought a truck. I saved $40,000. It's a 3-year-old truck, and I got a 4-year unlimited warranty on it. And so they're out there. Trucks are out there. I think that we look at taking $315,000 for one truck. It's just crazy. When there's some great used trucks out there on the market, they might have 10 or 15,000 miles on them, you know? So I would like to reduce that from $315,000 to $175,000 and try to chase down a used truck.
Before we
Yeah.
cover that motion, can we ask
I-
John the feasibility of
Yeah,
that?
go ahead.
So as far as, can you find a dump truck? Yes, but is it always set up for municipal use, meaning an all-seasons body of that type nature on that? No. Can we, you don't find many municipalities selling good used trucks that's already set up for that. The warranty issues, so the biggest problems that we have with trucks are emissions currently, the emission systems in that. Right now, we buy the maximum amount of warranty with the lowest amount of mileage we can get, which is roughly 7 years. So my guess is at that price range, what you're gonna pay is for at least a 5 or 6 year old truck with 1 year warranty left of that for that. So the $315,000, does a truck cost less than that? Yeah, but I also have to put money in there to buy the warranty, to buy strobes, radios, stuff like that. So that's why you see that other money into that. So if you take that other stuff into the effect of, you're really talking probably a $360,000 truck, where I guess is where, I mean, $160,000 truck is where I was going for if you started at 175.
But do we even looking at used trucks? We
If-
used to buy used trucks. Actually, the truck 7 was a used truck we bought.
This truck was not. The only one that was used was that Wheeler, the old truck 9 we bought from Jay that was replaced. These trucks have all been,
Yeah, we bought that from O'Connor and we saved $100,000 a year. And the truck run
if
us.
I found a brand new truck for that, I would bring it forth to you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we could find something that worked, I'd obviously look at it. I'm not saying it has to. I'm in for what's best for the taxpayers and what makes most for the
Best for
town.
the taxpayers is to try to find a great used truck for half.
But when you look at what we've probably spent at this truck, I'm saying this year, I'm not saying it couldn't happen to a 6 or 7 year old truck, is when you spend $30,000 in maintenance in a year, is that really savings money?
There hasn't been an official motion or a second, so we're still open for discussion on this.
I'm fine leaving it at 315. Better to have the plan in place and not use it all than not have it in place and need more. This is a truck that's used to keep the town's roads clean. I'm fine leaving it at 315.
And like I said, if I could find a used truck, I will be more than glad to bring that
How
forward.
about if we leave it at 350 and you try to find a good used truck for a month? or
I'll be
two?
more than glad to do that.
And maybe you could save us a couple, because I'm on the truck magazines all the time. And I could probably, down south, there's a lot of municipalities down there. They're on the ocean, they trade out every year or two, fire trucks, everything. They've got so much money, they don't know what to do with it. So they flip this stuff. Up here in Maine, we don't flip our stuff. We keep it for 10 years, 12, whatever. Down south, these communities are fat with money. They flip it. So I don't mind leaving it in as long as you'll try to take a look and see if there's anything out there. Because we gotta start looking at stuff like this. This is getting crazy, these budgets every year.
So I'll make a motion now that we leave the $315,000 in there with the kindness to try and find a good deal. So that's the motion.
Second that.
Okay, all in favor of moving that to the budget? That's unanimous. Okay, let's now, yes,
I'd like to make a motion that the Public Works garage is zeroed out.
I'll second that.
okay, motion second, any discussion on the zeroing?
I think honestly, based on the numbers and what he presented today, was a lot of information. It answered a lot of questions. It filled in a lot of financial blanks. And it kind of projected what we can expect if we keep pushing this off. I do not recommend pushing this again. I recommend seriously considering it, bringing it to the people and letting the people decide if this is something that they want to do. Because we're replacing $300,000 trucks. It's something that has to be done. So I think that we should leave it in. I don't know if we leave it at the 9 million, which for me, based on that presentation, makes more sense. And I was totally against it. It makes more sense than splitting it off because we're gonna end up paying millions of dollars more down the road. I think we leave it in and we let the people decide, is this something that you are comfortable with? We are a small group of people. Yes, we're making the best decisions that we can for the people, but ultimately, I only live on one road. I don't live on a road out there that's not gonna get plowed.
I would concur with that, in that although I would like to have had a better estimate as to how long the proposed facility might be before it needs further expansion, I could certainly see that with the existing infrastructure, if we build out a smaller facility or delay it, the town needs the infrastructure now, and we are not typically going to save money by cutting a cost now, building a smaller facility. We really need something more now, and the growth of the town is there to support the need for this new facility.
It will save money in the long run.
In the long run, I would concur.
Yes.
I'm not saying no forever, I'm just saying no this year. I
Right.
think we
So that's
still
it.
need to massage this plan because we keep getting new information every time we push.
And I know that the Public Works needs a new building. I've been there, I've looked at it. It's not good. So I fully feel for that, but I also know that Town Hall maybe needs a new building. We have people sitting everywhere, rec maybe needs something. So maybe there's a better plan. We do have a workshop, look at everything, piece it all together and have one solid contiguous plan for the town to move forward, something that makes sense, for all the facilities.
Rebuttal to that, do you think the town is gonna be happier voting on public works this year at 6 or 9? Or multiple buildings next year, when this one is still fine, multiple buildings next year at 14? The further you push it out, the more you add on, the bigger the bill gets. So we're not gonna wanna push it out at all.
We can't have the town look at little snapshots when we gotta have them look at the whole picture. The rec department wants a new building, no doubt, and town hall needs an expansion. John needs this in its cold storage in a couple of
The
years.
fire department needs an expansion.
So do we wanna look at small snapshots or we wanna look at the big picture? I'd rather look at the big picture and let the whole town look at that down the road in a year or two. But that's it. We gotta.
So there was a motion and a second.
Motion and second, and
Can I ask a point of order question?
sure thing.
So we have a motion on the floor to zero it out.
Yes, that's correct.
So if the motion carries, if we have a 3-2 vote, then the motion carries,
That's
correct?
correct.
However,
That's,
a minimum 4.
okay,
that was my,
Yeah.
I was just gonna ask you, I think there has to be a 4. If there's not the 4,
that
we
was
have
my
to
next
have a
question,
full
what
vote
happens
with the
next?
budget and council,
Or not, well,
majority,
is that, or is it fail
or
because
does it just
we
fail?
haven't passed forward a capital
Right.
budget?
Right.
So
That's the
can you,
question.
is there clarification?
Let me get some clarification.
I think it's majority, so
It was last year.
I think it's majority, no.
Because we had the same
We had
issue.
4 people here last year,
Yeah,
so.
right?
Yeah, right.
I would think it stays with the council, their vote, and then they move it to the budget committee for that.
But what I'm saying is how many votes moves it to the budget committee? Is it a majority or 4?
4.
Should be 4.
I'll be right back though. I'm gonna get clarification on the other.
I'm pretty sure if you're using Robert's Rules of Orders, it's gotta be 4. It's gotta be the majority of the council, not this
Not this-
sitting here,
it'd be-
but the
right.
majority of the council.
Not the quorum.
So if Mr. Gardner, for example, is at another meeting, we could reconsider the vote.
Not if we're passing the
Passing
budget, not if we're trying to
Passing this
get the budget,
to the
the capital budget to
The
the budget
capital
committee
has to be done
today.
today.
Scott, I'm just curiosity, they're having a joint meeting Wednesday night, correct?
Yes, for donations.
Can it be, is it Wednesday too late? I'm just asking.
I could probably get the attorney to stop writing the questions, get the numbers to him. Thursday.
Does that put budget in a bigger bind?
They're already in a pretty big bind.
Council's
Already
in a bind
not.
too, because we're scheduled for donations that evening,
That
which
evening.
generally takes
It's
an
a whole night.
entire evening.
May I speak?
Yes.
We're normally, you used to serve with us on the budget committee. We normally have 2 weeks from this meeting to work on this. We don't have that. When I caught wind of the schedule, I requested clarification. I was told that we had to make this decision today. And I shared that with the rest of the budget committee and also with, I've stated it at both of our meetings that we've already had in preparation for this. So I asked today for us to be able to have a recess so we could meet and come up with our recommendations and bring it back to you. So to now hear you say like that there is wiggle room there or that there's a change, it's a little bit like what is, it either is we have more time or we don't have more time.
Trying to
I
make it
think we
work.
got a motion. I think we can continue forward. So let's vote on the
I just want to
motion.
know what happens if we don't have 4 people.
This
in
is what we're gonna
agreement.
do, since we're seeking clarification, let's take our 5-minute break while Angela gets the answer for us, and then we'll get right back and get this done. So we'll right now take a 5-minute break while Angela gets the answer, for our, just so we're not wasting our time.
Thank you.
Can we?
Since we haven't got our clarification yet, I'd probably make a motion to table this until Angela comes back for clarification, and then we'll move on
Second that.
to that. So all in favor of tabling? That's unanimous. So again, we'll just pause on this and we'll move on to the highway, since you're up here, to paving.
I've provided you a list of the proposed roads. It also includes some grinding to be done on White's Bridge Road and Bonnie Eagle Road. I would like to note that Northeast Road out here is in poor shape, but it was due to be shimmed and repaved this year, but we were pushing it off because we were waiting on the scoping project by MDOT. They are currently doing an engineering process. As you know, it's in what's called a compact area, so we are responsible for maintenance. If it's a structural project, infrastructure project, the state is responsible because it's a state highway with that. So my guess is, just like when you saw rebuilds from Patches to Johnson Field, is that will possibly happen in this section, so it didn't make sense to spend what, as I call, our good money immediately and have it ripped up a couple of years down the road for that. So I switched out Bonnie Eagle Road with White's Bridge Road, another high traveled area for the town, because we're having issues with delaminations of the pavement over there. A delam is like a pothole, but it's a very skinny layer of pavement that's peeling up from the layer that it was bonded to with that. We did do some grinding last year and some fixing with operational money for what we had, but I'm asking to do that road instead of that with the grinding. And then Bonnie Eagle Road down here just past Apple Lane, we're probably gonna have to do a little bit of the inside portion of the passenger side is quite bellied, and fix that area with some grinding and also some structural fill type of gravel in there for that. The other roads, as you see, when they were last paved, mileage estimates for each road, the total pricing for that. I will say the asphalt market is probably very volatile right now because it's based on liquid oils and stuff like that of what's going on. So we did just have a pricing. I believe this pricing will hopefully level out by then because it was based on previous type thing. I don't think we are over currently or anything. I'm not asking for adjustment for that. But if we have to, we can adjust tonnages to still make it work for that.
Okay. Is there any questions about the paving? Yes, Jen.
Do we need a motion to, I know the number's the same, but to change scope of certain streets, or are we
No,
fine
it's
with just using that?
all labeled in here.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion or questions for Mr. Cross? Is there a motion to then move this number $1,142,293 to the budget committee for review?
I move.
A second.
Motion second, all in favor? That passes to the budget committee. And I just saw Angela come back, so if we want to open back up the Public Works building, can you get clarification, Angela?
Yeah, and was that just for what you guys just voted, was that highway road?
That was highway road improvement, yes.
Just so the mics can hear. We're gonna be following Robert's rules and what's in the rules of procedure, so it will be a vote of 4 minimum, whether it's yay or nay. We did reach out to Mary as well, just to get her opinion, where she's done this for so long. And we are all on the same page, so.
Scott, can you just make mention too of what we talked about?
Yes. So I'd just like to clarify about the timing of whether Wednesday would work or not. I'm just trying to make it work. We're trying to give the attorney enough time to write the questions. So yes, today is why the date is in there. But hearing all this, is trying to make it be, make it work
And
for
this is in reference to a law that changed, that we have to have.
Correct. The law is that they have to have, the council has to make a decision 60 days on referendum questions before the election, which is April 10th. The council meeting has been moved up to April 7th to accommodate that. That's why the push to get it in there. We have to get it to the attorney to write the referendum questions, and to get it back for April 7th. So that is why the time crunch.
So
And in the past, we have done this in the past where the council and the budget committee have discussed and come up to a consensus on one day. This has been done in the past.
So what I hear you saying is Wednesday, if needed, will work or not?
I would say, to give the attorney enough time, I would say no.
Great. So we need to have a yea or nay today,
Today would be
which
the
equals
preferential.
four
I
votes.
mean, I don't know what his days are like. I was assuming that he doesn't get to it until Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay.
But, I mean, trying to make it work, but I think today would be the preferential.
So the current motion is,
I just have another clarifying question. So normally at a council meeting, if we don't have 4 votes, it's done, and it might go to another, if we don't have the
Right.
votes we need to another meeting. Are we sitting here voting until we get 4 votes today, or does it have to come back on another day?
it will have to get done today, so we'll have to vote and vote and vote until we get to the 4 votes.
Why do we have to vote and vote and vote if you don't get 4
Because
votes?
we don't have an opportunity to come back.
Right, but if you don't get 4 votes to drop it to 0, don't we push it at the current, whatever is in there?
You probably won't get 4 votes to put it at 9 either.
Normally what happens when we don't get 4 votes, it moves the unfinished business at the next meeting, but we don't have that
The
time.
luxury. of-
So it does have to be done today.
We vote 3-2 by Robert's rule, it would go to the next meeting a month from now.
As unfinished
I mean,
business.
unfinished business. We can't change the rules today and say, well, no, because we don't have that, we're not gonna we're not gonna change it till the next month. So I think we have, if we vote yes, then, isn't gonna pass because we need the 4 votes, then I think it lays on the table to the next meeting. Is that correct?
That was my
It can't.
clarification
Yes.
question.
We cannot do that.
We can't do that because then the lawyer does not have sufficient time to write the questions for the referendum and therefore get it to the council by the 7th to then get it to the,
But it doesn't matter, if we do the 3-2 vote, it
It'll
doesn't
just-
matter what a lawyer says, it will have to, it won't.
it'll just sit here and it won't pass.
It won't pass, right?
Right.
I mean, we have to move it forward today.
So if it comes to a 3-2 vote and the motion fails, somebody else can make another motion and you guys can sit here
an
all
option.
day
Yep.
and continue to make motions until somebody agrees upon something. Otherwise, it's gonna fail
It's gonna fail.
because it needs to be done today.
My only,
This is where teamwork comes in.
my only
Sorry.
one theory is if it gets to the voters, so the voters decide, there's usually a spot at the bottom where it says council recommends. If it's a 3-2 vote or 2-3 vote, that would be the place where the public would see what's going on, but I'm just throwing that out there, and just one of my ideas I have in the head.
Point of order.
Yeah,
Can we poll the budget committee to find out how they're willing to vote? I mean, if they're,
I think that would be undue
That would-
influence on the town, the council.
right, and that's why we were gonna recess for their recommendations to come back to us to get this done, but I think we need to have an answer to give to them or make recommendations.
Joe.
I think we should vote, even.
I'm gonna call it the question. We have a motion on the table, so the discussion for this will be over.
Yeah.
So let's have a vote on this motion.
Joe had a question before you did that.
Well, it's over. So we'll open it back up for discussion after we have the vote for this motion. So the motion on the table is currently to bring this down to 0 and bring it forward at another time. So who is in favor of the motion? And against? So that fails. Is there any other motions to be brought forward? Seeing none, then I guess it's gonna close and we'll
Well,
move
now we
forward.
vote on the full 9.
Full 9.
Right.
So motion to move the full $9 million forward to the budget committee.
Motion.
Second,
Second.
all in favor? And opposed?
Can I ask a question?
This is the time.
Why are we not moving it to the budget committee and then letting them give recommendations? Move the
this-
9 million to budget and let them give recommendations. That's part of their job.
Because this is our council proposed that we have to give to them.
Right. But we're working in conjunction, yeah?
Well, if you want to, we have to come up to a consensus now. So we either let it die
So-
and then it goes nowhere.
So point of order,
Yes.
So we can vote to move it to the budget committee. Then they can have their meeting, and if they bring us back a recommendation one way or the other, is anybody on this council willing to change their vote?
Depends on what information they bring.
Understanding how they've heard everything we've heard tonight.
They have, and they
So-
haven't had a chance to discuss them
So
privately.
I don't mind moving it to them and let them discussing it and bringing it back to us, because that's what the original plan was today, right? Right, as far as you guys?
I'll open up to questions from the budget.
So just for a point of order, if you guys just voted on the 9 million and it failed, how can you send it to
We can't.
us?
Exactly.
Because you can't. The
can't.
motion failed, the 9 million is out of the budget. So there's no more discussion on this. It's over.
Exactly.
Okay.
But we, exactly.
However, under Robert's rules of point of order, if
have to have
Mr.
four.
Pomerlo wanted to move to reconsider the vote, we could reconsider it. It would have to come from one of you three.
Yeah.
The danger being
Right.
that, so if we push it forward for the 9 million for the budget committee to
Right.
consider,
Right.
then, and the budget committee says, yes, we want to do that, that's in our budget. And we know what happens at an annual meeting. We have 20 people who show up.
Right.
And they're going to decide whether the 9 million gets approved or not.
Right.
I'm still a no.
And I'm, yeah, so the motion fails now. It fails.
I'm not willing to take that vote away from the people who show up.
I think it already happened.
It did.
So where are we at?
This now will go to unfinished business for the next meeting, and I don't think the attorney could write a referendum question with that.
We
I
vote,
would say if you pass it on to the budget committee and they make a recommendation to keep it, you don't have to agree with their recommendation.
That's true.
Right, so we'd still be in the same place,
We'd
but
still be at
Still be in
the
the
same
same
spot.
place, but at least. you
later
know how
today.
At least you would know how they felt.
I mean, just so I'm clear, just the motion to make it to zero failed as well, though, correct?
Yes, it did.
Things failed.
So the whole thing failed.
so could there be a motion made to reduce it to the 5 million or 6 million?
Somebody
that
could
he
absolutely make that
proposed
motion
and
right
pass
now,
it?
but
Point of information, can I ask, did the truck 3 plow with plow gear go forward?
Yes.
yes. We could, as a council right now, we could make a motion, we could ask the budget committee to vote on it right now. We want that information now so we can be done with it.
I would like to give them the opportunity to discuss.
I don't mind, I think that they should have a right to discuss it.
They're gonna discuss it when we recess, when we're done with the capital, one way or the other. So
What do you want to do?
I say, it's failed, let's move through capital and let's hear their discussions on this. So the capital, Public Works is now over for now.
Brian, sorry, I just needed some clarification.
Yeah,
Maybe what I'm hearing is. So you're saying as it stands right now that the 9 mil is in the budget or is not?
it is not in the
It is
budget.
not.
Neither is zero.
Neither is zero, it's at a pause, stagnation,
Okay, because the way,
because we need a 4.
yeah,
At this point, it's gonna have to go to unfinished business.
the way that I was looking at it as like these motions are for the amendment process. So technically, wouldn't it stay as it is?
Think so, but I'm not an expert at it.
Yeah, me neither.
Angela, when we go through this, maybe you give them a call.
Yeah, okay, sounds good, thank you.
I have one other thing about the Eco Main.
Yes, let's do the eco main while you're up here.
Okay. I believe that you all received Scott's letter in your packet. Again, this is information that we literally just found out within the last week, and I sent it out as soon as I had it. It does not affect this year's budget. Let me repeat that. Does not affect this year's budget, but has to go to town referendum vote. We have had Eco Main, their director come in, Kevin Roach. He did a presentation about our contract is expiring in 2027. The Eco Main is where we take our solid waste to, and bulky waste to, is currently done by incinerated at their facility. That is where our recycling goes, to their facility. The question is, do we remain a contract town for Eco Main or become an owner town? There was a spreadsheet sent out in my email where it shows how becoming an owner town over a 30-year period is cheaper than the estimated rates of a contractor as a contract town, saving over $1 million in 30 years. The biggest change that you are going to see coming up in 2027, not right now, is the town is going to have to pay to dispose of recycling. Right, recycling is estimated to be $130 a ton. Next year, currently, we pay $0 for our recycling. There is a new state program coming out, EPR. It is unknown what the reimbursement rate is going to be to the town. It can be used to reimburse recycling to the towns, infrastructure, employees, packaging, disposal, anything to do with recycling and that. But we just literally 2 weeks ago had a presentation. They couldn't tell us what that rate is going to be that we're going to get back. They don't know. The best way that I can relate it to is it's going to be like a bottle deposit. Amazon, I'm just using Amazon because they are high quantity of recycling materials, cardboards, and stuff like that, is going to have to pay a certain percentage that they are putting into the recycling waste to the state. The state will then reimburse us on our recycling rate. Don't know what that's going to be, not for this year's budget, but this has to, because of the promissory note that the town is on the hook for, of $1.3 million financed over 30 years by Eco Main to the town, of a $49,000 and change payment that is going to be paid out of operating budget to make that payment. Because of the note, we need a town referendum because it's over $75,000 according to charter.
Tom, what are you suggesting? Tell us again.
To become an owner. It's going to save you money, gives you.
An owner with Eco Main?
Correct.
There you go.
Second.
I have a question.
Okay, discussion. Go ahead.
We knew this was coming, but this isn't on today's agenda. We don't have a proposed order, and it's not a budget line. So how can we consider this today?
Well, again, this comes down to put it onto referendum, if I'm clear, Scott. We took it to finance in January. We sent the contracts to the town attorney to look at. The town attorney just got back to us last week and said it needs to go to referendum vote.
I understand that, but like I said, it's not on today's agenda, and there's no proposed order with this. So how can
Brendan?
we as a council act on it?
You guys can make a motion to add an agenda item,
So
and that's what I would suggest you do.
my question is also, we're paying $1.3 million over 30 years
Correct.
to save $1 million?
But that's total savings with that payment included. So it's really $2.3 million, but
Okay.
so take out,
Thank you for that. I was like, why are we?
yeah.
Plus you get a seat at the table to
So,
make future decisions.
The council or whoever can determine who that board member will be that sits at the table that determines the tipping rates. Because the owner communities are the ones that determine the tipping rates that go out. They also determine the contract rates.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to rescind my original motion.
Yep.
So that we can
And then
add
I'd
this.
like to make a motion.
Yes,
I'd like to add this to our agenda
I
today.
was just gonna suggest the same thing. Good people. So the motion, second, all in favor of adding that to our agenda? Thank you, that's
You had a
unanimous.
motion.
And then,
Now we'll make a motion that we accept the 30-year contract with Eco Main.
Second.
okay, and all in favor? So that's gonna move forward to the budget.
To referendum, correct?
Referendum.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe's got a question.
Yes, Joe, sorry.
I'd like to go back to the Public Works building for just a
What I'll say is I think if you want to discuss it with your budget during your budget committee time and bring that forward as a recommendation at that time.
clarification. You've already voted it down.
It's failed.
We can
You're
bring
gonna
it back.
send it, and you're gonna send it to the budget committee. So we could all vote yes, send it back to the council, and you still
No, I could ask to
Couple of 3 to 2.
redo my vote, you know?
That's always a possibility at that point.
At that point, I could ask, change my vote, and they would have to all agree with it.
Okay,
So I guess.
I think Angela right now, I believe, is looking at whether or not that is going to be sent to us in the budget or not sent to us as a line item in the budget. I believe that's what she's researching right now. So I think we just need to wait for her to get back to us on that.
All our resubmission.
But what we're gonna do is move on to the public safety, so we can keep the meeting moving forward. So I'll open up to public safety.
Just want to say thank you for your time. I know it was.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John. So our fire chief is out on medical leave, so the assistant chief, Ben Haskell, is gonna answer. And again, this isn't Ben's budget, so he's gonna do the best he can to answer questions.
Thank you for filling in.
I just would like to say my son is fire chief here in Standish, so the council feels I can't be fair on this budget with the safety, then I guess you can vote not to vote.
Point of order, we don't decide whether or not you abstain, that's totally up to you. You've recognized a conflict. Do you wish to abstain from discussing
Oh, I
payroll?
absolutely don't, but I don't want, I
Okay.
want to make a declaration of who I am and what I represent here, so it doesn't, someone down the road doesn't say, oh, he was a fire chief's dad, and why was he voting? So I'm just telling you, I don't want it, but you can decide if I can vote or not. Yes, it is.
No, it's honestly, it's up to the counselor with the conflict. So if you recognize your conflict and you choose not to abstain, that's totally fine, but that's you.
Yes, but you as a council have the right now to ask me.
So
not
I
to
guess
vote.
what I'm
All right,
seeing is
let's
everybody's
get
fine with it, so let's keep
Thank you. I did
the.
what I-
Okay, go ahead.
So in our proposed for capital improvements is, it's listed here as Unit 2 Chief's Vehicle Replacement. That is the Chief's Tahoe that he has, it's 2018. I think it's got 70,000-ish
I
miles
just
on
drove
it.
it.
It's slated to be repurposed to code enforcement. And then the chief would end up getting it would be a pickup truck with a cap to carry more equipment, get his gear out of the compartment of the vehicle. It has would have the ability to tow either our small boat or our trailers as needed.
We'll go through everything and
keep going
then
through,
have
okay.
that discussion afterwards, yeah.
Sorry. Traffic control vehicle, so right now we have Traffic 8, which is a 2010 Chevy Express van, carries our traffic cones, it sits in the middle of the road to send the fire trucks back and get them off the road. Barricades, lights, all kinds of stuff. It's getting, it's 16 years old. And it's in pretty rough shape. We bought it used, I think it was an old locksmith vehicle. So.
How long is that lasted, you said?
What's that?
You bought it used, how many years have you had it?
You said 16?
Yeah, I think it's 16 years.
I know before that, we bought a used Ford also, and
Yeah.
it lasted 10.
Actually, no, I take that back. So this one was the old ACO vehicle. That's right. So we bought this in 2014, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was 2014, somewhere around there. And it was the old ACO vehicle.
Right.
So we got rid of the Ford van. We're using the old sheriff's department vehicles for our ACO.
So is this 45,000 for a new one? Or what's gonna look
A used van. Something probably a little bit, something with a little bit bigger cargo space. Just having the cones. It also, we throw our extra cribbing on there for, that we carry around for whether, stabilization, whether it's a dump truck, tractor trailer, house, whatever. We have some.
Thank you.
Cardiac monitors. So last year we purchased one, so we have three ambulances. we purchased a cardiac monitor last year so now we have, all 3 ambulances have cardiac monitors. Probably, I think it was in 2015-ish. We bought 2 cardiac monitors to replace our old ones. And now we're just trying to get on a cycle of replacing 1 cardiac monitor every 3 years. So theoretically, once we get into this cycle, our oldest machine will be 9 to 10 years old. And as with any technology, computers, it doesn't matter whether you buy a computer or a phone. When you buy it, it's already out of date. It seems like newer technology is already in the pipeline. These ones will be able to transmit EKG rhythms to the hospital just to help with patient care and prepping the hospital for the patients that we have coming in. So 65,000. So dry hydrant, it probably shouldn't have said replacement. It should have been installed. So we have 6 hydrants that we want to install, additional hydrants that we want to install in the town. These are at sites that have a stagnant or a steady water supply typically. Obviously, depending on how the weather is, depends on how much water is in the area, but I know, so I apologize for the answers that you got on your questions, because the way that the question read was, what do we have for hydrants? And then I went back to later on and watched the meeting, and I figured out what you guys were really asking for a question. So we'd be looking to put in a hydrant down at Rich Mill Pond, which is off 114 River Road. Right when you turn off of Saco Road onto River Road, there's a spot a little bit further down where the Josie's Brook crosses Joe Road, where Josie's Brook crosses on Joe Road on that sharp turn. Dow Road, which is actually on Cram Road. It's the third end of Cram Road, but it's off the Dow Road end. Moody Road on the dirt section where they put in a box culvert. That's up in the air right now on whether we actually do that one, because since that box culvert replacement, the water doesn't back up as well there, so that might get nixed, but I'm not sure. And then Bonnie Eagle Road on the flats, right at the bottom of, it's right in the area of just past Rogers Wood Mill. I don't know if anyone knows where that is, but it's when you go down that second steep hill. There's always a lot of water right there, and we don't have a lot of water supply in that area, so we're having to travel a few extra miles trying to haul water and truck water in when we have fires in that area. And we don't really have a great access point to Bonnie Eagle Pond. So that's the dry hydrant question. Boat launch upgrades. So in order to qualify for more grants or help us qualify better for more grants, to get from the upper lot to the lower lot to where the boat ramp is, it's too steep of a grade for handicap accessibility. So that's what that 30,000 is for, to help put those in. 10 AEDs, those we bought back when we bought the first, or when we replaced the 2 monitors. So that was, like I said, I think it was quite a while. It's 10 or 12 years ago. I want to say it's 2015, 14, 15, somewhere in that area. I think that we bought those. So it's just to replace the 8 that we bought that are on the apparatus. So all of our fire trucks, command vehicles, all have an AED on them. Plus we have a couple here in town, in our town building. So that's what that 10 is for. And then the 3/4 ton vehicle with a plow. And I know John's was 90,000, ours is a little bit higher. It's to outfit it with light, siren, radio, and equipment to secure our medical bag and stuff like that in that truck. So we
that's it. Thank you. Any questions from the council? Yes.
The 3/4 ton vehicle with plow, is that replacing a vehicle?
No, well, partially, we were gonna reallocate our other truck, and so right now, we have a truck here, at Central. We were gonna move that
Like a
up to.
pickup
it's
truck,
pickup.
sorry.
Yeah, it's a pickup truck. Doesn't have, it just has light sirens, and it has tow capabilities. We were gonna move that truck to the Steep Falls station, because we staff that with 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and then we have a per diem person on during the day. We also do EMS coverage in Baldwin. And so depending on what the call is, it's essentially, instead of us taking the fire engine all the way to Baldwin for a medical call to help the crew out, they'd be able to jump in that pickup truck a pickup truck to do that. So
I just want to add to, part of the problem with this is that the staff, which are great, but they were using their personal vehicle to plow hydrants, which is really unacceptable for insurance purposes and safety purposes. So this will give them, how many hydrants do we have to take care of?
So the one with the plow would be here at Central. The truck that is currently here would go to the Steep Falls station.
How many hydrants do we have that you have to plow?
All of them. It's like we must have, but that's just pressurized hydrants. Then you have all the dry hydrants, cisterns. Cisterns are water tanks that are in the ground, but we still have to plow those out. And
I see you contract $5,500 for plowing hydrants. Would that number go away or whatever? Somewhere here I saw in your other budget. It said 5,500 plowing hydrants or shoveling hydrants.
Shoveling, no, because we still have to go out and shovel hydrants. The plows we use to break open the hydrants. That the plow trucks, because it never fails that the hydrant is, buried, it's on the wrong side of the road. So
you guys do in-house?
The shoveling we do, yeah.
In-house.
Yeah.
I didn't know if maybe you contracted some of the.
No.
Too.
No.
Are there other questions from the council? Yes, good, Lisa.
How many cardiac monitors were purchased in fiscal year 26?
This year?
Yeah,
Or,
so far?
one,
One? And 50,000 was budgeted for that?
yes. So we got one, well, we budgeted it for, come out of our current budget.
Right.
And now this one, we're gonna, that outfitted a rescue 2, and now we have a new one to replace one of the older ones. Yes, it seems like we're getting them stacked up too soon, but if we don't do them now and we start getting on the cycle, our oldest unit will be 18 years old and way out of date.
So,
Yep, go ahead. Sorry.
so the 65,000 is for how many for this year?
One.
So, okay, one last year, one this year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then hopefully, theoretically, we'll get on a 3-year cycle if we have to play with that a little bit. I think, that gives us a little wiggle room too.
Yep.
Because usually about 10 years, and they get bounced around.
Oh, sure.
So
Understood.
We'll go Phil, and then we'll go to Heidi.
The traffic control vehicle, I'd like to reduce that from 45,000 to 25 and let them buy a good used one, because I know for sure if you go on, anybody goes home tonight, goes on cargo vans for sale, you're gonna find 600 of them. I'm sure we can find the van you want.
Well, I think we're looking, I understand what you're saying. We're trying to get something a little bit bigger than what we have. Because right now, it's a 2-wheel drive cargo van.
Okay.
This would be something maybe like a heating van box style, maybe, just a single wheel, not a dual wheel. It doesn't have to be a ginormous one, but something with a little more space to get into, properly secure the stuff in the vehicle. Right now,
a single rear wheel vehicle, right?
yeah, maybe something with a 4-wheel drive. I don't think you're gonna find one with vehicle prices nowadays for 25,000 used.
Used, really?
I don't know.
You gotta go with me for a day, Ben. I don't know what my house egg template either.
I think we would be safe to have 45,000 in there. And if we spend less, then fine, but last year we got into a jam where we thought we could save money on a service vehicle. And I think we only had, 60,000, I think, and like we struggled extremely hard to find one for that, so.
Kind of looking more than just like a cargo van, but like a box van.
Yeah, something with a little more space, that way people can get up and get, right now where, it's a show. It's a show to get our
You're looking at
equipment out
a
of there.
walk-in rear door van, not a side door, like something you can walk in and stand up in.
Right.
Is that what you're saying, instead of?
Yeah, something that you can,
Different.
And then Heidi.
I had a question about, does Baldwin participate in our membership, our EMS membership? It was brought up at one of our meetings from
Yes.
a townsperson. Okay,
Yep.
thank you. And then the vehicle that we're replacing with a 3/4 ton vehicle with plow, the one that we're bringing to Steep Falls does not have a plow on it, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Yes.
The reason for moving unit 2 up this year was just because of size? What extra equipment is being put that justifies buying a larger vehicle right now?
It's more space. So the Tahoe, you have seats and all that stuff in there. The pickup truck, you get your gear in the back. We have monitors, command boards, and it just makes it more user-friendly setting up.
I can speak to it too. I had to drive his to get to equipment. The back, I opened the back thinking I could put some soda and water. You can't.
No,
Top
you
to
are-
bottom, back seat full. If he had to go to a conference or something, he doesn't even have a place to store his gear. He made this like wooden contraption to like stuff his,
Yeah.
there's literally no room anywhere. Like,
'Cause we have water rescue gear, we have
it's packed full.
our regular fire gear, we carry a jump bag with us, we carry AEDs, so, and we also have, the stuff to run a safe scene with us, as well, so
If unit 2 is still in great shape, would it make more sense to sell that vehicle and make some money off it, buy a cheaper used vehicle for ACO?
no, that would be going code enforcement.
For COA, would it make more sense to sell it and then buy something cheaper and put some of that money back? Is that?
It would go to auction, and Phil, I'm not sure how much you know more than I don't know how much we make at auction.
On those types of Tahoes?
If we sold the Chiefs car at auction, I don't know.
Instead of
Here's
just,
that 2019. Probably an auction, it would do
It's got 70,000.
70,000, got a lot of hours, I know. Hours counts for miles if you're at.
Yeah, and I don't even know what that, if
Yeah,
you
I'm
factor
sure
that
it's
in.
I would say that would do probably 12 to 16,000 in that area for that mouse. The towers do hold the
When
value.
you say you tell them it's a used public safety vehicle, that usually drops the value of
You're
it.
talking, what are you talking
It's a lot
about?
of hours
You're
and
talking about his Tahoe, right?
his time.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are holding pretty good money.
Yeah.
But where's it going to?
She asked to sell it instead of give it to code enforcement.
I don't think we could buy a code enforcement vehicle for cheaper than
Yeah, then 12,000.
$12,000.
don't they just need a car? Do they, oh, that's for a different section, sorry.
Any further, the public comments was at the last council meeting, and then you'll have a chance at the,
Asking for a clarification for people who might not know, that, is it ACDs, 10 of them?
AEDs?
AEDs that you were, what does that, are those?
No, automated
are those
external
automatic
defibrillator?
defibrillators?
Yeah, those
Okay.
AEDs.
Because I don't think everybody
Okay, fair enough.
would necessarily understand that. Thank you, sorry.
any further discussion with the council? So let's have a motion to move this all forward to.
Phil's got a motion that hasn't been seconded.
I
Oh,
didn't get a second.
you didn't get a second.
Now knowing that they want a walk-in van instead of I thought you wanted just a one-ton van, like an extended van, but you want something you can walk
That
in,
we can-
open a back door and walk in. We would not have any side doors, is that correct? We just have the walk-in.
I guess it would depend on what we could get, to be honest with you, but what we'd really be looking for.
I guess that would be more of a special, I would say like I did before, 45,000, but I think you need to look for a used one first. And seriously look, because I'm gonna be looking and Brandon's gonna be looking for you. And if you can't find a good used one, but if you could, we need to start.
I think that 45,000 is what we were suspecting for a used one. I
For
don't-
used one.
yeah.
Oh, I thought this was, I thought you were
Yeah,
talking.
no,
Are you,
I didn't see used in there.
rescinding your motion? Are
Yeah, I
you-
guess.
Okay. So is anyone going to make a motion to move this all forward as written?
Motion move forward.
Second.
Move second it, all in favor to move this to budget? It's unanimous, okay?
Janet, you missed it too, as you're taking notes. There was a motion made to forward Eco Maine to the referendum question.
So at this time, we'll move on to the general administration. Which Scott was doing that, and he's not.
Yeah, so I'll do my best. So the server replacement, that would have to do with, in there, I don't know what, I'll have to ask Scott, I'm not sure what we did. I know we just replaced the speaker system. It must be a control board in there, I'm gonna have to ask. I know that there was a lot of discussion about the town hall exterior maintenance at $75,000. So the chief was the one that was handling the majority of this, and he's not out. I do know that we had an engineer come in. He engineered the whole building, and our estimates were like $500,000. So he said that is ridiculous. He went to another company to get another estimate, and I had never saw that estimate, so I have no idea what the new one is at. So far, we have not. So we have the furnace or the boiler system, and we have something on the roof. The one on the roof is dying. It leaked. Like, we had 50-gallon trash cans filled with water. So what I know that was already spent money is that we had a first aid supply room for the EMS people. The whole room was filled with mold. So we've had to replace 2 of the rooms back there. So rip out all the sheetrock, the flooring. We redid that. They wanted to do everything at once. So if you look, like, in the wintertime, we have massive icicles, like, we have so much heat loss. I called the roofer last night that came. He's band-aided the roof in different sections so that it's not leaking. He goes, but once we start, we know that there's rot. So we have to, and then there was the second part. We had an engineer come in and talk about raising the roof on the fire department side to give them more living space. So we're like, why would we redo the roof twice? So I think they were waiting to see, like, could we go up there? And so maybe it's a 2-phase. We do this side of the roof on one and then that on the other, but we don't have estimate, or maybe we do, but the chief hasn't and I haven't seen it. So I would almost guarantee that even though we have, I don't even know what, 400,000 adding this, we're gonna go over. I mean, think of your own house, like, to do a roof and to fix rot and to fix the furnace. It's gonna be substantial. So I don't even think that 75 is, well, I imagine we'll exceed it.
Questions from the council on these items?
I just want to supplement what you said about the servers. There was a nice summary
Oh, perfect.
provided. Let me
Thank
just,
you.
do you mind if I
Yeah,
read that?
please do.
Both the Vision server, which keeps track of all our property tax records
Oh.
for assessing, and the data server, which backs up all files on site every 15 minutes and offsite as well, can act as the file server should our file server get corrupted and be unreachable and need to be upgraded because they've been obsolete.
Perfect. So I can add to that now that I was thinking in there. We, right now, in Town Hall, do all pen and paper timesheets. And so we're looking to move everything digital. And the company that's going to do it is going to store our data for us in the event that we ever have an issue. So that is part of that. And I know we were looking at getting some of our data transferred, but I don't know if that includes that or not. Because we have an entire room full of paper storage.
Yes.
So 2 years ago, we budgeted 150,000, and Scott's not here to help give us
How
that.
much has spent?
How much has been spent? Last year, we did $140,000.
Yep.
75,000 this year. It's obvious when you walk up to the building, there's chip paint, all these things,
Yep.
the fascia boards, I understand the need for it. Would it not be wise for us to, like, look at that project as a whole, similar to, like, the Public Works, you know, and what the fire department's doing, since the fire department's here? We keep seeing it, you know, and these keep going to referendum votes.
Yep.
So, you know, and me just as a budget committee member for these past 3 years, seeing those, like, we're supposed to do the HVAC, but it's Band-Aided right now. Where are we, you know, is this the best thing to just keep putting a little money in the pot? Or should we just get it done and do it the,
Yeah.
you know, the proper way.
Yeah, no, I follow you. So we just changed positions around. We were hiring out our cleaning person and we hired in for that. And we hired someone their only job is to focus on this building. And so prior to me, nothing was done to the roof. And so since I've gotten here, we hired that person and they are going to be in charge. Of our entire grounds. We just had our septic system pumped. He's been working with our roofer. He plans on like addressing it. So I feel like the fire chief should not having to be like doing his fire duties and building maintenance duties. So I think with this new person, he's gonna take control. He just started that position within the last month. So I agree, like, we need to have a plan going forward. I mean, take out the 75, but we're gonna have to come back. And I know for a fact, just of the way costs are and materials, like, it's gonna be a lot.
One of our questions as budget committee was, what have we spent?
Yeah, I can,
So I'd like
I
to-
have a to-do. I'll get that answer from Scott.
Any other further discussion or questions or motions for this? Okay, seeing none. Is there a motion to move this as we're into the budget committee?
That motion.
Second.
All in favor? That's unanimous. Let's move over to the next page, Parks and Recreation. Mr. Duplessis, if you come on up.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Parks and Rec only has one thing on capital this year, and it's the paving project between Mill Street and our storage building over there. I hope everybody got the sheets I handed out. Basically, for Mill Street Park, it is one of our last major of our 3 parks that has not been paved. During spring, during winter, you know, the parking lot at Mill Street is, you know, can become very treacherous, muddy. We do our best to try to maintain it, but it would be nice for the residents using it and the staff for plowing it and for just everybody in general to have that parking lot paved. In regards to the storage shed where the bus parking is, it's a smaller little piece over there. Once again, it'd be nice for the safety of the staff walking around during the course of the winter, to not be, you know, having to deal with the potholes and the slippery conditions. And plus, it would be great for our equipment that we have over there, you know, storing things, just as John mentioned, you know, like having things on dirt, you know, can affect the undercarriage of the buses that we just, you know, got in motion. So that's kind of what we're looking for on that end.
I have one question for you,
Yes, sir.
Matt. I see the total on this quote is 24,780. Is that in the 38,000 in tuition that's probably gone up since it expired in September?
The quote for this was in September, knowing that we won't get the bond money till next November. That puts it a year away from there, plus most likely in November, I probably will not be able to pave that late into the season, so most likely this would be spring, that following spring, which puts it a year plus away. So with everything going up, you know, not knowing where we're gonna be, you know, you're gonna put a little bit of buffer. Obviously, we hope that, you know, it comes in at a much better.
Just want to make sure that was the thought.
Yep, that was the thought process.
Yes, Bill.
I know you have a fund, I'm not sure what you call it.
Yep.
With about 107,000 in it, maybe?
We've reduced that tremendously due to the council's situation, so that money is user-based. We do have some in there. You'll have to talk to Scott for the full amount.
Matt, can I pause you for a second? I think we have our town attorney on the line.
Thank you, Matt.
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. We have Ben McCall, and he is the town attorney online, and we're trying to get clarification on how to proceed with the Public Works capital item. Ben, you are on speakerphone with the council, budget, and residents. And what we gathered is we have to come to a 4 vote. So we will sit in this room and stare at each other all day until we have to come to a 4 vote.
And that's before we pass it to the budget.
That's before passing it to budget committee. Are there any questions while I have the lifeline here?
Majority of the council, which is 4 out of 7.
That's kind of what I was thinking, so I appreciate the clarification and the confirmation. I don't have any other questions.
I guess we could get another counselor in here, right?
That,
I mean, I know a counselor that will come here, it's just was not feeling well. Then would have a four, maybe it'd still be 3-3, I don't know. But
Gotta move forward today. I would ask that maybe you would allow the budget committee. I mean, we've had 2 meetings regarding this already. I know you don't want us to, but it would be nice. I would love to say something in regards to, I've already said it at the other meetings. If you've watched the meetings, you could have, heard what I said then, but.
as the attorney, if there's any way we can pass this forward to the budget committee with their recommendations.
Yeah, you can only pass it forward to the budget committee with a vote of 4.
So I
So
have
one
just,
you two should just vote with us and then we can pass it.
so can they ask, what our thought process is and use that to help them make their vote?
I believe that would be a chair decision.
it's at the will of the chair, and I would be fine with that.
I would be, yes,
You might as well hear from him now rather than keep wasting our time.
I agree.
I mean, with the understanding that we haven't discussed it as a group, but it may help you guys make your decision because we could be here till midnight.
Yes. Is there any other questions for the town attorney? If not,
Thank you, Ben. Thank you.
They also, thank you, Ben.
Oh, you're very welcome. Do you still need me? I'm listening intently, but.
I think we're good. It's pretty clear.
I see one hand down there from.
We do have one more question
Please,
Question.
from
Not for
budget
the
committee.
attorney? No, okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna ask that you repeat the question, Angela, once it comes. I'm not gonna be able to.
Ben, you're off the hook. It sounds like it's not for the lawyers, so.
Go farther.
So let's do your question and then we'll finish capital, but finish the Parks and Rec.
What I was thinking is, if the council sends it to the budget,
They can't.
it still goes back to you
Correct,
whenever
Right.
the final vote.
you vote it down.
Right.
then.
Right. Or up. I mean, they could change their vote and go with a 4-3.
So, okay.
They can't send it to us
Can't
until
send
they
it
get a
over
4.
A 4
So
vote.
if one of you two want to change the vote
okay.
to 0, then
Pause.
send it to them, then we'd come
Let's-
back and vote on it.
Matt,
we
are
finish
you
with
all
Matt.
set?
Let's get Matt finished.
Let's
Anything
finish
else
with
to
Matt
present?
and then we'll,
Oh, no, I'm,
okay.
Okay.
Okay, I got something for Matt.
So you have a question for Matt? Or you?
Yeah, I was asking about the money you had it, Scott, how much money does he have in that reserve account?
So for the building, there was.
No.
no, for me.
Yes, go ahead.
So can you answer that first? You guys asked me a question, how much we had and how much was spent. Could you speak to that, please, first?
So it was 290,000 was the total amount over 2 years. We spent 26,000 for an engineering of the boiler options recommendations. And we have
26,000.
64,000 left.
One engineering study.
Engineering study to figure out what their recommendations were for the size of the building.
Okay.
And then that's what came back at almost a half a
We have
million.
264,000 left.
Yeah.
That's what's left.
Oh, this
And
is,
that's for what?
this is, you're
building
talking about the
maintenance.
maintenance.
Yeah, we're going back, sorry, going back.
Yeah, sorry,
And
I thought it was that
on that
account.
page at the moment, we're still thinking it was about this.
Yeah.
Could you
I
repeat
thought you
that?
were
And
talking
so,
about-
to say it once more, how much?
All right, so there was 264,000 is what's left.
Thank you.
That's without the 75,000 or whatever.
That's without the
That's without
75,000.
75 that's in this budget.
Thank you.
Okay, and so how much does Matt have in the reserve account or his enterprise, whatever you
Off the
want,
top of my head, I think it's like 296, but let me check.
please? Matt, what did you think it was at, 100?
That's a new number for me, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I think the pavement should come out of that account instead of the taxpayers. Since this is money setting an account that can be used without coming, you don't have to get council approval. This 100, it was up over 200,000, I think, at one time. And that's what the council's been trying to do, is bring that number down to maybe 40,000 or something, because there's no way that he should be, not him, the rec department should be having control over hundreds of thousands of dollars that the council, I don't even know if the town manager, do you approve that, or can he take that anytime he
Did
wants?
I approve what?
Can you approve money that he takes out of his reserve account? Or does
Are
he?
we talking about the impact fee reserve?
No, capital.
We're talking about.
No,
the
my special
Talking
revenue,
about
Special revenue.
the
special revenue.
Special fund that we have.
Okay, give me a second.
But I'd like to have both of them. How much does he have an impact fee money?
I have that as.
The special revenue account, we withdrew quite a bit on council recommendation when it was too high, so I do know it's much less than 200,000.
I think it's 100.
Yeah, it was even less than that. We've brought it down between the building construction and the buses and things. We tried to, reduce that special revenue back down through the couple years that I've been here, so.
But can we get an idea what you're spending it on? You said a garage,
That was all done in previous council members.
Okay.
As of the last audit, he had $33,106 left in the special revenue.
Perfect. It was what's spent down. Good job.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have I was told a couple months ago, you told me around 100,000.
We had 186. We spent it down on various projects.
You said you had how much in there?
186.
So you spent 150,000. What has that been spent on in the last year?
The building, the buses, and all that stuff from.
And none of this has been approved through the council, right? The building of the buses?
It was approved before
The
him.
building was.
Yeah.
Everything was approved. Everything has gone through the proper channels, as far as I know.
Jen started it.
Yeah, it was started by Jen and just getting done now.
Well, I know the painting of the buses didn't come through us, did it? I never heard of
They
that.
were $1.
The buses were $1, and the painting of the buses was considered a maintenance thing, I think was what Scott had said, so it was like.
It didn't.
Stuff like that, it doesn't have to go through the council if it's part of the budget. It's gone through the budget process.
The painting of the buses didn't go through the budget process that I know.
It's
But I know, I was surprised when I saw them painted, but that's fine. I think they look great. I was just curious, you spent down 150,000 of this money, and I'm not sure if any counselor has any idea what it was spent for. That's what I'm getting at. But you're saying you built a garage and you painted buses.
We finished off that project, which was just that pile of metal when we first got there, and now it's a functional building. And then between, we got the buses from the school, but a few of them needed some mechanical upgrades because they were sitting, so there was some mechanical stuff. The DEF was down in one of them, so we spent money getting them up to shape, putting them painted and get them on the road.
But because of this fund, they can spend money without showing it on this sheet today. That's what I'm getting at.
We still follow all capital anything that comes goes through capital. We never go through with anything that comes through. If special revenue still goes through the regular process, if it meets the.
It goes through capital, not a lot of it. No, I chair the capital, and I haven't seen a lot of stuff.
Any of it's capital, it comes to the capital improvements committee.
Capital improvement fund.
It reaches that mark, the benchmark of where it needs to come in.
So is there a motion to move this $38,000 to the budget committee?
Yes.
Second.
All in favor? Good. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, guys.
I think that is all the capital. Yes, sir.
We took his truck and gave it to the public works, so we're gonna have to, we'd like to make a motion to add in money for a used truck for his department, because now he isn't gonna have a truck. See what I'm getting at? We
technically haven't moved the truck yet, we just.
Oh, we sent it to budget to add them, but we might need to add
We're still on
a truck onto him.
It's not in this. It's not in the.
That's not in here. He didn't have it in
We
his
would have to-
capital because he didn't think he was gonna
Yeah,
use
we would have to add it in if we'll. I don't think we need to. We can address it in the future if it comes
All right,
up.
I just want to make sure where we did.
Yep.
He thought he had a truck today, and tomorrow he's not gonna have one, I guess.
We have to have the revote for the Public Works building before we can send it off to the budget committee.
Piece of the capital.
That's the last piece of the capital.
Yeah.
So we will need to open that back up and do a revote. And let's do it, the vote on.
Yeah, weren't you gonna?
Are you gonna let us speak?
Can I make a motion?
Yes. I'll open it up to discussion from them.
That's what my motion is.
So let's make a motion to allow the budget committee to speak. I'll make that motion to allow the budget committee to put their piece in on this.
Second.
All in favor of opening it to the budget committee? Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you. I am no as it is right now. I agree with Jen 100%. I think that there's a lot of things going on in the town, and to look at everything, not just put it on the Moody Road 35 corner, just because that has more space. We have a facility, Mr. Deacon, of 2 bays right now that serves our community. This is multiplying, the plan as it is right now is multiplying that by 10. So as far as like growth for the future, that's a lot, many years. In my opinion, that's what I would think. I would love to see potentially more plans for us, but John explained to us that the conceptualized planning is all that's approved for them to do in the design phase right now. As I'm sitting here thinking about this, I remember the last biggest project we did was the intersection of 114 and 35. And there were pictures, it was a wonderful engineered plan. So that's kind of what I was expecting, but I'm thankful that he explained to me that's not what's approved for engineering currently. So that's my position is I think that we could use a smaller, I'm not saying smaller, it's gonna be much bigger. But what if we just do, 5 times what we have right now, not 10 times what we currently have? To lower that impact on the taxpayers, but still provide for our needs. And then I have also stated this at some of the meetings, and it was brought up that Shaw Brothers does have like cold storage. And yes, some of these other towns have cold storage, but to say we need something for every single building, every single vehicle or piece of equipment is essentially kind of not, I don't think that's, my tractors don't sit inside cold storage and on my farm. Not every public works facility has all of their vehicles or equipment under a roof. And yeah, so those are just my basic thoughts about it. And I had another thought, but it's passed, so I'll let someone else speak, and then when it comes back, I'll share it with you.
Let's go right down the line if you guys want.
Okay. I'm definitely a no on this. I think that it is rushed. I don't think that we have enough information to make a good, solid decision. It was proposed that perhaps we as the budget committee come together and come up with a different kind of timeline, giving us more time perhaps to look at things like this and maybe change the charter. Thank you, Lisa, for that, because I think that makes a lot of sense. Heidi did send us emails that I read through a lot of those, but I also don't have a printer at my house, so I can't print it off to actually bring it here and look at things. So this is the first time I'm looking at a lot of this printed material. And still, even a few days before a meeting is not enough time for us to make a responsible decision. So I understand the pay now or pay later. I understand that. I understand the cost may increase, but that should have been looked at before a very limited timeline was put together for us. So when we get together, if you guys decide that you are going to send this to us, my vote is still going to be no this year. I think we need to look at it and spend a lot more time. This is $9 million. And again, Standish isn't a huge town. It's growing, but when my mortgage goes up by $50 a month, it makes an impact on my budget. When it goes up $20, it's going to make an impact on other people's budgets. And when it comes to the stormwater runoff, or even the fact that some things may have an impact on people's wells, we haven't looked at that and put any money aside for those remediations for the neighbors. And I would like to hear from the neighbors what their thought process is as to this going on that corner. I think we need to look at our entire capital together, and maybe give the council, the budget committee more time. If this is something that we're looking at, I'm willing next year, I'm sitting here next year as well. I'm willing to come sooner. Give this to us in February so we can look at it and actually research this stuff. So I'm definitely a no on this if it comes to us.
As I said here today, I want to recognize that John absolutely needs a new
Mhm.
facility.
Definitely does.
I think the current facility is getting very antiquated, and upgrades are much needed, first and foremost. I think, and I believe that whether it makes sense to keep a new facility at the end of Moody Road near the current location, or move it. One of the pieces I struggle with personally is we know that that area around the old landfill is contaminated, right? And we know that we can try our best to do everything possible. I don't think we can guarantee sitting here today that with 100% certainty, we won't make an impact on the environment if it was moved down to the end of Moody Road near the 35 intersection. Honestly, I believe I've never gone through a process of building a facility like this in such short time frame with the lack of detail. Historically, what I'm used to is we tell the engineer what it is we want, not the engineer telling us what they think we need. And so for those reasons, I would be a no.
I'm with you. I would no. Too expensive.
I would love to see this be able to go forward because I know there's a need in this town for that kind of infrastructure. And it's unfortunate that there just isn't more information to sort of have it feel like it's a really good plan. Right now, it doesn't feel like we're there yet. And so it's a reluctant no that I offer, but I don't think we can move forward yet. There's more stuff that needs to be looked at, and more clarification and a broader view of what needs to happen for this town.
I just think it's too rushed at this point.
I'm probably the only yes, because I think it needs to be done. We have to do it probably sooner than later. And if you build small, it's not gonna be too long before you have to add to it. And talked to John, and it looks like if you go smaller, with only, I think it was 2 bays, a wash bay needs to be in there somewhere. So if they put a wash bay at the end of the bays that we're talking about, wash bay should be on the end. That would mean if you're gonna have 5 or 6 bays, the last one should be wash bay. So if we go small and then add to it, is gonna be added cost. So if this is coming for a referendum vote, people in town are going to decide what they want to do. And yes, you're supposed to be deciding for them or not for them, but the best choice for them. So my other thought is if somehow, if 2 of you that are voting no, change your vote so that you're sending this to the committee. And we can look at it, give it back to you, and then the 2 that change their vote can go back and be a no.
Before I close that and have a discussion back up here, I do know a couple of you else raise your hand. So Henry?
Yeah, I just want to make one point of clarification. If the decision is made to build a facility at the intersection of Moody and Northeast Road, one of the things I would consider is not phasing it. Because as we heard earlier today, as we heard the other evening when we were here, if we phased it, phase one would really not put any equipment under cover for potentially 6 years until phase two was built. I agree with Joe that from my experience, a wash bay is not the place, should not be placed next to an administrative office, right? And I think ultimately it's a build it once and be done with it type of situation where we don't phase it and we rip the Band-Aid off and build it. Because that phasing is going to cost more money. I mean, if anybody looks at the price of materials today, let alone just from the foundation point of view or any of that stuff, building materials are not coming down in price. And that just ties back to I like to have the opportunity to look at a very detailed, comprehensive plan that's all inclusive for all the town's needs, not just phasing in an office and then phasing in more garage space and then phasing in cold storage and then what's next after that.
Heidi and Carol, with like questions or comments?
I totally agree with that. I was just gonna say that we're definitely saying no. If we do this, even if we did this next year, it should be rip the Band-Aid off and just do it all at once, because phasing it is gonna cost us more. I also just want to make a recommendation that as a council, you guys look at sending all of you to the Robert's Rules of Order course, so that you all know. And it comes with a little book. You can find somebody, there's a great little lady that lives in Westbrook that taught the Wyndham Town Council years ago. They send all of their counselors to that class. And there's a little test that you take and the whole 9 yards, and then everybody is well aware of Robert's Rules. I can tell you that it is a great resource for everybody, because most meetings are determined by those.
And then Heidi.
My fleeting thought was, Robert said it, but we should be going to the engineers with what we want and what we need, not what they think that we need. They're, and I don't know how you can argue this with anybody, but their goal is to make money. And they're in this for, you can't necessarily say that each and every one of them are in it for the best interest of all of the Standish taxpayers, from my perspective. They're making money on it. They've made a lot of money on it already. And I think that we need to go with them with firm expectations of what we want, and not some, when you go to a car salesman, they're going to try and sell you the most expensive car they have or something more than what you think that you need. Right. And that's what this feels like for me. And I know that others have shared the same thought, that it feels like it feels a little bit of us being taken advantage of. And there's so many things that are not clearly communicated. And I think that needs to be something for us to be able to put it on a referendum. I think that the council should want also that those things that are in question to be clarified as well before it goes to referendum.
John, did you have something? I saw you got up here, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I understand what everybody's saying, and if it goes this way, I'm out of money currently, so either we'll have to add money for engineering fees or not do the transfer station study as some people wanted, because if you look in the operating budget, it's in there. We've probably spent about $100,000 into this project already. I believe from my guidance and everything that I sort of followed the timeline of doing the council workshop, for trying to bring it to capital, brought it to capital twice. They asked for another phase version, if I would have known that you guys were supposed to be a part of that project or should have, yeah, I would have definitely told you, you know what I'm saying? But as far as being advertised, doing that stuff, that we followed what we had for guidance to do. And that this all of a sudden got changed in February, basically saying, hey, come up with another phase version, which March 10th, as soon as that day came, as soon as I got the information, I sent this out. So, you know, we've had since October 10th to say, no, this wasn't the law, wasn't the right time or whatever else. So again, it comes down to how much more money do you want to add into that aspect? And without a lot choice,
well, we've all heard it now, had a chance to hear Budget Committee's perspective, and I'll just open up for a quick discussion here, and then I think we should vote and kind of move this on. But go ahead, Phil.
I just want to make it clear, John, when you come in October and November to us, we told you we weren't going for 9 million. All three of us at that point had agreed that that wasn't going to happen. So, you know, we said, you said, well, you know, if I knew earlier, you knew early that we weren't going to support this $9 million bill.
And in October,
in my committee, we didn't make any secret at all.
In the October meeting, where I don't believe you were present that day, but the idea was that it was going to be, you asked, the committee members who were there asked for it to be phased, correct?
Correct.
So I phased it, brought it to Capital. Capital at that meeting, in the January meeting, said nothing about any further phasing.
Correct.
At the February meeting, they asked about phasing the building down.
Correct.
So I'm following your timeline.
But
correct me if I'm wrong.
But right away, you knew that we weren't going for the 9 million. You knew that. I assumed you knew that.
The 12 million.
I don't know.
12 million was presented at that. I knew at that meeting it wasn't.
Right.
January meeting, there was no mention anything further about reducing it from 9 million.
From 9 million?
At the January meeting, there was no mention about reducing it.
There wasn't. Not at that meeting.
Oh, I don't know, Brandon.
It was at the next meeting.
We told him 9 million was off the table.
At the February
meeting. We
at,
talked
at the February
maybe
meeting.
Around 4 million, we're saying, if you come back with a couple days, then we really.
At the February meeting. So at the February meeting, you then got it, as soon as I got it, March 10th, sent to me by the engineer, which I forwarded to the council that exact day.
That timeline is correct. So you were on a crunch as well.
That's the.
You did the best you could with the time that you had, and it's been rushed. Everyone can agree to that.
We should have more time.
Right.
That's right.
So let's.
We appreciate you, John. We really do.
We have to have another motion and a vote, so we can either, so we can do our job and pass it to them. So let's.
Just gotta quit.
Yep.
We heard what they had to say.
Yep.
And there's no more information coming forward today,
Correct.
so I think we need to vote it. We can send it to them, but they're just gonna.
We know it's gonna be a no.
Yeah, it's gonna be a no. So it doesn't matter how we send it at this point, it's gonna be a no. So you can drop it to 0 if you want, it's gonna be a no. They're not gonna put any money for it, so.
So I guess I'd make what was the original motion?
Motion to bring to 0.
What if we reduced it to give them more engineering fees so that we could continue the discussion next year?
So
in the next
reduce it
budget year?
to 50,000?
So if we gave them another 50 or 75, that reduce the 9 million
to 50
to 50 or
for engineering
75 for
studies.
engineering
I
fees.
think that would have to go into the.
So in the operating budget, there's a proposal about the transfer station. You could take that out, which was allotted for 45,000. I'm just giving you, unless you wanted to do more, then you would have to add the 50 into that.
So we could drop, we could take.
And not set, just keep it in the operating, because operating has an engineering line.
Okay.
It would be.
I would do that.
Engineering for transfer station, we could change it from transfer station to the Public Works building. So I'll make a motion that we zero the $9 million for the Public Works building.
I second that.
All in favor? Any discussion?
The only thing I would discuss is we heard 6 other people give their opinions, and it all seems like we're getting too fast-tracked on this right now, especially the Budget Committee, so I agree.
Okay. So all in favor of the motion to 0? Opposed? So that's a 4-1. So
Very unwilling, by the way.
that moves
but
forward to the Budget Committee.
Thank you, Budget Committee.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
I would just like to say thank you. I know this has been a very long process, and I'm doing the best I do.
John, you did amazing.
Brandon, we have to have a second vote because we modified it, so now we need to technically move that line item.
Yes. So that was for the modification to 0. So now let's have a motion to move the 0 to the budget committee.
Just for that line item, or are
Just
we
for that,
doing
well,
the whole?
We already did the
We already
other
did
two,
truck,
so the truck. So I'll make a motion that we move that to the budget committee, the 0.
I second that.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, any opposed? None. So that's done. The capital is completed.
So, yeah, I had a question. My assessing and code staff have been here since 8:30. Before we have lunch, can they present their budget so
I
that,
was gonna say if we have some time that, well,
I know they have to get the
have to
capital
do the-
budget,
right.
but do they have to get it back, or can we let?
Point of order, don't you just need to vote to send the budget, the capital to us right now and then move to that?
yes.
Perfect.
So is there a motion? I'll make a motion that we send the entire capital budget to the budget committee. All in favor? Okay, that's done. So let's have the assessing come up and do their operating budget. And we'll do assessing,
Maybe code.
assessing and code we'll do, and then we'll do our lunch break. And then the council will recess after lunch for the budget committee to do their recommendations for the capital plan, and then we'll come back into session all together. So go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I thought I would just, there's 3 changes to the assessing budget. So I thought I would just highlight those and then take questions on any part of the budget. Oh, so I'm going right to my assessing budget notes, which hopefully are in the back of the assessing notes for you. And the first change is the salaries. And this is kind of a housekeeping item. We removed the assessing assistant half-time position from assessing salaries. The position doesn't work directly for the department or report to the department. I believe that it's been moved to general administration. Is that correct? Sort of look like. Okay. The second change is migrating we currently use Vision software. And so there's a move to migrate the data to Vision Cloud. And then it lists the benefits below. Enhanced data security, faster, more efficient support. And I can't say enough about that. Currently, I recalc the system pretty frequently. And the process now is I have to contact Vision support. They contact ION support to get onto the server. And then they update the recalc. That can literally take 3 to 4 days for them to get on the same page. And so the project that I'm working on gets kind of sidelined. And if that were to happen during commitment time, it would be a disaster. So I can't speak enough about that. Quicker updates. We are currently on version 8.2.19. The version that's currently available is 8.2.23. So we're 4 updates behind. And the reason for that is, again, it's a 3 to 4 week process for us to get to this, and we lose. They have to take our data and then update it into the new version, and then bring it back and then update each computer separately. It's a day-long project when they do it, so we lose a day work. It takes 3 to 4 weeks to get it done, and a day to do it. So we lose a day's worth of work while they do it. If they're hosting it, it's done automatically. And then the last one is remote accessibility. We have remote accessibility now, so that's not really a benefit. And then the third change is, oh, and that cost, let me just back up. That is in contractual. It's $7,200 to $7,300 to migrate to Vision Cloud, and that's in the annual licensing for Vision software is $28,500. 72 or 7,300 of that is for the migration. And then added near map, and so I'm going to go to the photos that are behind this notes. And I don't know if you're looking at black and white or color, and these photos really don't do justice to what near map is. So near map is a company that produces frequently updated aerial imagery with great detail. I'll go through some of the uses of the program, and while this is in the assessing budget, it's available to all departments. So the photo on the left, I've tried to pack in as much as I could in these photos just to show you some of the uses of the program. But the top left, you can see there's a square building. I've quickly just, you can sketch, get the measurements of the building. It's super accurate. The other thing that I'm highlighting on this photo on the left, I have a line drawn in front of this is Napa building, so in front of the Napa building, and down below in white, it shows the elevations. And there's two different elevations. One is the blue line, if you have it in color. If you don't, it's the top line, and that shows the surface. So if it runs into, you know, a bush or something like that, it will give you a little, it'll show there. And the other one is the Earth's actual Earth surface. So it gives you those two lines. The photo on the right is the split view. And so this shows on the left side of that photo is, there should be a timeline stamp, which you can't see in this photo, but that's April 30th, 2025 on the left. On the right is like April 30th, 2024. And it's seamless. You can you can scroll it back and forth seamlessly to see where the project was a year ago to where it is today. And you can also do, the mirror view is similar to this. You can show the whole building on one side, and it will mirror the other side in a different year, whatever it is you're looking for. And then the next page shows oblique imagery. The one on the left shows the front and right side of the building. The next one shows the back and right side of the building. And then there's a third view, which I did not put in here, but you can literally walk right around the building. So the third view would be the back and the left side. If you took your pen and pointed from the top right-hand corner to the bottom left-hand corner, it would show you that view. So you could see the back and the other side of the building, and those are the changes.
Thank you, Joe. We do, everyone does have color too, so.
Oh, you do
it's
have color?
clear, yes.
Okay, nice.
Thank you.
Any questions from the council for the assessing? Yes, Lisa?
Quick question, what are we using right now instead of near map?
We are not.
We don't have any software?
No, there is one other, there's something called Eagle View, and maybe it's a little bit better of a program, but it's $20,000, and you have to sign a 3-year contract.
So this is just an annual
This is
subscription?
an annual.
Any other questions? Yes, go ahead, Jen.
Are we still working on the town-wide reval?
No. I mean, we update, I update the numbers annually, so I do them in-house now.
So last year, we had a similar line for appraiser, and that was the justification for that expense was because we were working on the reval.
No, we still have the appraisal line in there.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So if the reval is
The
done.
appraiser
why-
is still going around. That's still
Okay,
happening.
so the reval's not done.
It's an ongoing.
It's an ongoing thing. So the appraiser, there's a law that says that we are supposed to be inspecting every property in town every 4 years, within a 4-year period. And so that's what this appraiser position is doing. Because if we don't have up-to-date data, then making adjustments is unfair to people, both ways. If somebody has put an addition on years ago that we don't have, that we aren't aware of, then everyone else is paying for that addition. And vice versa, if somebody has torn down a barn that we aren't aware of, that person is still being assessed for that barn. So the data needs to be updated, and that's what the appraiser position is doing.
And how are sales being accounted for? So if a property changes hand, that's a pretty good indication of the fair market value of the property.
That's right.
Is that being used in determining what a value should be?
Yes, I do ratios. The state does ratio studies annually, and I do my own ratio studies.
If we don't have a continual appraisal process underway and we fall behind in tracking the true value of property, the state takes note of that and can use that information to affect what monies and support we get from the state. Is that correct?
That is, it's law. I don't know that it has a lot of teeth. I don't know that the state is going to come after the town for not doing it. It's more of it's just better practice for the town. Why? I don't understand, why would, the last time that the town did a reval where they went and canvassed the town was in 2003, 2004. So I can't tell you the information that the appraiser is coming back with, that they're finding, the differences between what was there in 2004 and what is there today. She comes back daily with new information. And it can be that the building hasn't changed. It may have deteriorated, or it may have been improved. So it's just information that needs to be kept up to date. I can't stress it enough. Yes.
I have another question.
Go ahead.
The near map system, where are the property lines being derived? Are we starting?
It's from the tax. Are you talking, does it show it in the?
Well, I'm just wondering if we're deriving it from the tax maps and we know that you have to take our tax maps with a grain of salt. Because they're not necessarily accurate locations of boundaries.
No, that's absolutely true.
So aren't we, in fact, could we be harming our citizens if we're saying, oh, we're gonna use near map and then pass it on to the code?
Well, near map isn't used for boundary lines. We're using it for updating information on the buildings.
Right, but you said one of the benefits was it could be shared with other departments. So
It
if code
absolutely can
enforcement
be.
starts using it,
Well, they're not using it for boundary lines.
The sheriff's office has access to this if they have to have a SWAT or a problematic, for example.
Yeah,
and how
Planning
is
is
it
using it.
different from Google Maps, the Google Maps overlay with our tax maps?
Google Maps isn't updated frequently, and the detail is nothing like this is. It's really, it's not useful.
Right, I did some research on the near map, and Google Maps updates once every 5 to 10 years, and they near map updates 3 times a year.
Okay, thank you.
I can speak to the near map on the public safety side. You owe me a coffee. No. No, so like with this program, it has a lot of neat features. Like he showed that you can draw a line on it, but you can do more of that. Like we have zones, fire zones in town. I can draw a layout on the town, assign it a number, and I can do that for each section of town. I can take that map, print that map off, and bring it to the staff and have it up so that way they know response zones and stuff like that. Us seeing changes of buildings, stuff like that, just a situational awareness. I use it a fair amount on my side. It's a new program. What did you get it last year? Just try demoing it last year. I think it's a justifiable expense and stuff that Joe uses it for as well. So that's just from the public safety side of it.
I have a question that can be for anybody. If we're gonna pay $9,000 for a near map, why would we pay $62,000 for an appraiser to go out? If we can just look on near map and say, oh, look, there's a new building that's 20 by 20 and this tall, and save ourselves and do the assessment, through that and save ourselves $50,000.
I can answer that. So the appraiser is still going into the field, using this first, and then taking the notes and then still going into the field. We still look at the exterior of the building. That's key. You can't just rely on imagery.
This oblique view has a pretty good view of the outside, the size of the outside of the building. That's just.
Yeah, but the difference between that and live is still a big difference. I mean, this is a great tool. You can measure it, you can do all kinds of things with it, but you still have to be in the field. The difference is you don't have to go onto the property.
To answer your question, we use it in code enforcement a lot for building square footage, height. We still have to go out. Yeah, we still have to go out and verify that, but it's a tool that we use to have information before we go out in the field. I use it for tree cutting on some places. Some of those, if they're updated, some of the 25s, you can do a 360 around the property and see, okay, they want to take that one tree down. I know they don't have to replant at that time because there's 800 trees by it. So we use it almost every day in our department, so.
Is there any other questions from the council? I see questions on the budget.
I also use it, water issues, locating beaver dams upstream, downstream type of deal, so just letting you know that.
Planning uses it as well.
Sounds like you might be taking lots of jobs away.
Yeah, I will just, the counter uses it as well for people that come up and have questions, whatever. They say we removed the pool, they go on, they take a look, and then they bring it to our attention.
Budget committee, and yes, Carol.
I do. It looks like a great tool. However, who has access to this? Does this attach itself in any way to the Vision database? And do we have?
It's a separate tool.
Okay, so does the public have access to this as well?
Every employee that wants to use it has access to it.
Okay, so again, is this attached somehow to like the Vision database? So as general public, I could go in and if I wanted to.
No, general public can't access.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure of that because that's not a great tool for that.
No, no, they can't.
I can see the use for it. It's a great tool, but again, I'm with you, Brandon. Are we gonna pay $62,000 for an appraiser when we have this and somebody can sit and look at this at their desk, and then if they need to go out into the field, then go out into the field?
And I would have to echo that. Sounds like it's a great tool, but if we're just using it prior to going out and putting eyes on it, then does it make sense?
Lisa also has her hand up, but when these other departments say they're using it, are you using this specific near map now or something similar?
They're using the near map now.
Okay.
We have a demo of it.
Okay, thank you.
Lisa.
Keep in mind that this is a technology tool. It's a technological advancement. It's like having a super powered tape measure. You don't have to walk the length of the building. If the satellite can take that measurement for you, it's a time saver. It can prevent hazards from people having to walk around the buildings and do all the measurements. It's just an added tool. It's not gonna take the place of someone who's out in the field looking at paint, looking at drain pipes, looking at that kind of stuff.
And the appraiser is not entering people's, this allows us to see all around the building. The appraiser is not going onto people's properties unless we find something that's worth, noting, and then we send them a letter saying, we've discovered some things, so.
And it's a good way to view a lot of properties in a short period of time to
It's
keep that.
unbelievable.
To keep that rotation going.
Bill, did you have a question?
Is it safe to say all houses and properties in Standish have been revalved in the last couple of years?
What do you, so I think I update I update the system every year. I look at, I do ratio studies along with the state. I work with the state, and I update the values annually.
Of every house in Standish?
Yes.
So instead of going by the state guidelines of every 4 years, you're updating every year?
No, that's a different, so the guideline is every 4 years, every property needs to be looked at.
Oh, that's what I just said.
And Carol, you had another question.
Updates and inspections are two different things.
Just a clarifying question. So we have an assessor, an assistant assessor, and then we want an appraiser. So what are the job descriptions for each of these?
We're not asking for a new employee.
The appraiser's been
Okay.
there.
It's been in the budget for 3 years, I think.
Okay, so again,
It's a position that's been in the budget for 3 years. It's not a new
would you like me to
ask.
clarify?
Can you define what each role does?
That's what I'm getting at. So if I had been allowed to finish. I'd like the job descriptions for each of these positions. What exactly does each position do? And is there a duplication of efforts in any of these?
I can provide them. I don't know if I have time. We do have job descriptions. Do I have time to?
We have time for the operating, for those things to
I
come
think an
forward.
overview of them. And so just so.
Oh, we do have job descriptions.
Yeah, of course, but just like on a broad basis, what Judy, Barbara, and yourself.
Oh, you mean right now?
You're asking?
No, I'm looking for job descriptions.
Yes.
I mean, you can
I
give
can
us a
get them
general
to you.
overview right now, but I would like the job descriptions
We're
from.
not
what we
looking
looked
at, so aren't we just looking at 9,000 for near map? Right now, is that what we're questioning?
I think the whole budget is open.
He was going over his notes.
Yeah.
We haven't, the
the
council
whole
hasn't
budget is
gone over anything on each page.
Is there?
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
We, as a council, vote to hire people. Once that person's hired, can we ever eliminate that position, or is that up to you only? If, say, we thought, like I know the appraisal, we didn't go out for a appraisal through a company, so we hired people in-house to do the appraisal work. That's what we did, because we were going for a reval, it got turned down by the townspeople that year, and then we started hiring people to do that job. Now, when that job might be finished, does the council have a right to reduce an employee, or is that a manager's decision only? That's my question. I guess I would have to, I'm just curious.
I think it's
If
manager.
someone said-
That
you
job
said
is
something
not
about
finished.
managers, he's already been hired, so. like,
It's a manager, and so the job is not done, that's what we're saying. And when I was here, that's one of the stipulations for my hire is we need a reval by law. If we get below that, and correct me, I'm not gonna say it right, that 70%, it's gonna affect our entire, speak to that better, but it's an ongoing thing, it's not a one and done. And when I was hired over 4 years ago, it was, the estimate to hire someone was like $350,000. And I'm sure it's almost double by now of to have someone, by law, we have to have it done. So, okay, whatever, you're fired. Next year, we're gonna try to vote to get back
I'm
in
not saying this,
400,000.
I'm just asking in general, do we have a right to reduce an employee in a department?
It's a
Through the
manager.
budget process?
No.
We don't.
You don't. It's town employees work for the town manager works for the council. So if you wanted to fire Tasha, you could do that. You'd have to have reason, but you cannot fire an employee. That's up to the
But we can't
managers.
terminate a job either. I'm not saying fire.
You can what?
I'm not saying fire. If we
Or even-
feel a department had too many people in it, and we thought they were setting around. and
You can
we have
reduce,
a right to-
you can reduce a
Is that in
budget,
the
but you
budget?
can't reduce a person.
Yes, we could reduce a budget by $66,000, right?
That's not what I was getting at,
I
but
do want to mention, last year, we did have about 25 grand in for an assessor assistant that is not there this year. So they have trimmed back. So I suspect that they're picking up that slack already, and the near map is really just going to help out with that. That's what I see from what you presented.
Is there any, yes,
So when you look at the town of Standish actual tax base, for example, you'll see that since 24 to FY 27 time period, I mean, you're talking $500,000. You know, we went from 1381 up to 1851. It was a $500 million increase in the value of the property. So we have
over $2 billion in.
We're almost 2 billion now, right? We're 18.
We're over 2 billion.
That doesn't include what's as of this April.
So the point I'm trying to make is that the things that are being assessed are growing significantly in short periods of time. That whether you have 1, 2, or 3 people, the values that they're keeping track of are higher, and I'm sure this doesn't even count the number of buildings that have changed from year 1 to year 2, right. The number of structures that you talk. There's more to do in terms of properties that have buildings on them. There are more properties and more buildings, and the valuations increasing very significantly. So I don't really feel, at least personally, that there's a lack of work for the assessor staff.
Thank you.
To go out and look at things. They're not just waiting. Anything built today? No. There's a lot happening, and there's a lot to keep track of. And they need to keep track of that so that you don't fall below that 70-odd% line to cause problems for the town in other ways. So there's a need to have this job done. It's you know, sometimes uncomfortable if your property is taxed at a different rate. You know, your mill rate might come down, but you pay more in taxes. I think there's a lot for your office to do, and we should look for ways for you to do more with less. And technology is a leverage that allows your staff to become more efficient and effective. And if we don't give you the technology to leverage that, those tasks that you have to do, will fall behind, and we won't be as accurate in the information that you have to work with.
Thank you.
any other comments? Budget committee. I think near maps was a great tool. I think as a population as a whole, we need to be careful with how we use technology before we turn into the guy who was the soda dispenser at McDonald's and now it's a robot. You know, AI is kind of doing everything, and let's just be responsible with descriptions of it.
Yeah, I don't know how you would.
I just saying I could barely take these pictures and say, look, yeah, it looks like it's improved quite a bit, and they added a pool, and they took away a pool, and not saying there's not a need for it. And not looking to take away a job. It's just I'm saying if the will was there, I could probably make an argument for it if I wanted to. So, is there any more discussion on this?
Motion to move it forward as is.
Second.
All in favor? Bring it to the budget committee. Okay. I just got the wave and the yelling that lunch is getting cold, so let's take a break for lunch. And then we'll come back here at 12:45, and the budget committee will have their time to do the recommendations for the capital plan at that time.
So what time is that taking place? How long is everyone's lunch break?
It's just until 12:45.
Thank you.
and then I'll reconvene. The council will stay recessed. We'll just switch spots or whatever, or change the camera angles. I don't know how we're gonna work it, but.
Stay where we are.
And then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
Okay, it's 12:46. We'll call our micro meeting to order. And I don't think I need to do a roll call, but we'll just review the capital budget as presented to us today by the town council. We did approve, preliminary approve at our meeting on Thursday night, the public safety budget, a 4-0 vote, and they did, nothing was changed to it, so it was as it was presented. And then if you move to page 268, we did not approve the general administration. So I would take a motion or open it for discussion. There were no changes made to it today by the council.
So they have 264,000 left for maintenance.
And the first, so to speak, bid or plan that came forward was about $500,000. So this, and I don't think the specification for the 75,000 is for the boiler and the roof. I think that's still a project that's in process. My understanding is that the $75,000 is for the exterior maintenance of the building and thus the walkways and sidewalks.
Okay.
Any other discussion on general administration? Seeing none, is there a motion to move it forward?
Make a motion, we move forward. Second.
It's Chris. Both Chris's, was that? Who seconded?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. We'll move forward to capital for public works, page 270. Which was amended by the council today to purchase truck 3 with plow gear for $315,000, set aside for that with the hopes of it potentially being, the public works director will look for a used vehicle if he can. And then the truck 7 with plow gear was removed, so that brings that down to 0. And the public works building for $9 million was brought down to 0 as well.
I make a motion to move it as amended by the council.
Second.
315.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. And that would be all of our that we would need to discuss in this brief meeting. Thank you all very much for your time in the past 2 meetings that we've had and today and your input for that. And motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Thank you. Meeting adjourned. A minute. Do I need to print this out to give to you guys, to present to you?
Want to just present them?
Street, we already did that at our meeting on Thursday. It was a preliminary thing. We knew that if there were changes, we would have to revisit it, but there were no changes made, so.
I missed that part at the beginning.
That's okay.
We can just open it to them to give us our recommendations.
What's that?
When you're ready, we're ready to hear your recommendations from the budget committee.
Budget committee thanks the town council, town manager, and department heads for having the committee present for the budget review and allowing for questions before our meeting today. In accordance with the Standish Town Charter, section 401B, we accept the fiscal year 27 capital budget as submitted by the town council as follows. Capital public safety, page 267, approved. Capital general administration, approved. On page 268, capital parks and recreation, page 269, approved. Capital Public Works, page 270, as amended by the council, approved. And capital highway road improvements, approved as well. Thank you. Any questions?
So no recommendations for any other changes?
Not to the capital, we're accepting them as you submitted them to us today.
Thank you.
I didn't think that we needed to do anything with that because it's not in the budget. It's a referendum question that, okay.
So we just heard the recommendations, that they're accepting it as we presented it to them. Is there any discussion needed from the council at this point for anything else? So
I would say one thing for next year, to help us in our deliberations. I note that when the school board does their budget, they try to compare their budget to a state average of a cost per pupil, and they often look at districts that are similar in composition for their state, what those other districts are paying per pupil for their budget. And we ought to have something similar at the town level to compare us to other towns and the state average. And I'm not sure the town manager may want to work on this to get a particular formula and composition, but cost per resident for our services or compared to the state average or for other towns that are similar. I know that when I looked at the town budget, our municipal budget between fiscal year 08 grew from 6 million up to 27 million. The school budget grew from 7 million to 14 million. It doubled. Our town budget really soared a lot. And so I'm just looking for some way to track our changes in our spending per resident or per property dwelling or something that gives us a sense of the changes that are happening in our town spending so that we can track it and understand and look for ways to try to to do more with less. Thank you.
May I touch upon that briefly? So I don't think it's not, and the school department in the town is not apple to apple, and I just want to remind everyone that we operate the town, and I'm using averages for a quarter. 75 cents of every dollar goes to county, goes to school, goes to elsewise. I do compare, there are so many line items in this budget, I'd be here an entire day. But for example, our legal line is, Scott, correct me, 50,000-ish, 75. I looked around at other towns in town of Buxton, it's $250,000. So I assure you, I am on top of my staff every single day, watching what they do, when they do it, how they do it. I don't micromanage them, but I've gone on fire truck rides. I've been on plow trucks. I've driven the Parks and Rec bus. I can assure you that I am deeply involved with each department, and they get grants. They do as much as they can with the 25 cents that we're allowed to run government. I'll sort of try to do next year a brief overview, but I don't know of any other town or any other, I just did get on the TCMA board, and we have a meeting Thursday. I can ask them collectively, like, what do they do? But I think that would be a challenging based on mill rate, based on so many factors. I don't think I could get a great comparison, but I promise you, I do periodically look. I looked at our Cumberland County budget, just at what the Cumberland County compared to Bridgeton, or it was Buxton, I think, too. Their line item for salaries is our entire budget. So if there's a way that we can save money, I am all about it. And I will continue to do my best to find those.
And I appreciate that our employees are very diligent and cost-effective and creative in the ways they manage our public funds, and I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
So this time, I will make a motion that we accept the Budget Committee recommendations and then pass the capital budget on to town meeting.
Second.
Seconded, all in favor? That passes. So the capital is complete. Thank you all. Scott, I just want to ask a clarifying question as far as the schedule goes for the budget process. Just there seemed to be some confusion. What's going forward from now? Are we looking to complete the entire operating budget today? Or is there, because there's also a calendar for April meeting to pass this operating into budget, so what's the goal for?
The goal was to get through it all if we could, but obviously taking so much time with capital, that's probably not going to happen, which is why I've put in that other day to pass it on. In prior years, it's taken more than one day.
Right, because I do know several people need to leave at or around 2 o'clock
So if we're not gonna obviously get through it all,
Through it.
so.
So we'll push as far as we can in this next hour and then assess from there. So we left off with the assessing, so the next would be code enforcement. So JP, come on up.
I'm gonna be going off the letter I wrote to you. It's the easiest way to explain. I'm gonna skip over the vehicles and stuff and just go right to the budget itself. The salaries, the only increase in that is the COLA increase that the finance director and the town manager recommended. Travel expenses, last year, I'm not sure, there was a confusion on cars being used and reimbursement mileages. The council increased it to $870. I'd like to bring it back down to where it was at $170. That's significant. If we do need to use our own vehicles, we have 2 vehicles now, we have 2 staff members. The chances of us having to use our own vehicle is very slim now. I'd like to still keep something in that account for if our vehicle goes out of service, gets in an accident, we're down a vehicle for extended period of time. Dues and subscriptions, it's only increasing $100. Our MoveBack membership has gone up to $100 per employee. It was $50, is now $100. All the other ICC and the NFPA, those are all maintaining at the current rates that are in the budget. Contractual, that's where it gets a little. So I have a consultant fee of $2,000. I'd like to increase that to $5,000 for a total of a $3,000 increase. If that $3,000 increase is not used, it goes into revenue offset. Maybe Scott can explain a little bit more than I can, but if it doesn't get used, it goes into another account.
Basically, we raised that $5,000 in the revenue line as well, so it doesn't affect the tax rate at all.
And that's for, we have a lot of buildings in town. On the last 3 years, we've gone after 3 of them. We've torn them down or had the occupant owners tear them down. We have a few more in town that we're looking at to try to clean up the town a little bit. If I do need to hire a structural engineer to say that it's structurally unsafe, if the homeowner disagrees, the $2,000 would not really cover only one heating at the time. Where it doesn't really affect the line, that's why we went to $5,000. We're taking out the Watchung Lake testing of $500. I haven't ever been here in 9 years. Have not ever used it. I don't know if Dan Hill ever used it before that. If we do need to test the water for some reason, I'm sure I can come up with the money in the budget somewhere to pay for that testing. The other increase is for a GIS program that Vision currently has. Right now, you have to pay per seat to have that on your program, and that is to add it onto mine and assess the assistant code enforcement officer's computer. We do that to verify people when they come in for plans. They give us their current conditions and they want to do expansions. We do utilize that portion to do measurements that the assessing officers have already gone out and done, but we don't have access to that on our computer. So that would be, those are, I want to say it's $110, yeah, $110 per seat, so just increasing that by $220. The training, I'd like to keep where it is. We hired the assistant in October. That allows us now, there's 4 trainings a year that we will both go to it at the same time. And then we have conferences throughout New England and the state. This year, Seth is going to Sugarloaf in May for a 3-day conference. The conference, we're going to alternate. I'm going to be going in October to the New England Council conference. I didn't do it this year, so I can't really, I want a year to see what the training is going to be, a full year of employees. We're going to come close to that amount. I don't think we're going to go over it. But I just, with having somebody start only in October, it's really hard to give an actual figure this year. The fuel and lubrications, the council last year, due to the sheriff's car being put over, I had to get it road ready out of my budget. We were over the budget at that time of year to date. They increased it to 2,500. I also like to keep it at 2,500. The year to date doesn't reflect, we just had to replace a starter in one of the vehicles a week and a half ago. I haven't got the bill from Public Works yet. Their mechanic did the work, so we're saving on labor, but we still have to buy the parts. And where these vehicles are 2018 and 2019, with well over 110 hours of time on the motor and mileage, I don't want to decrease that budget because one incident could take that budget right away. So to replace a motor mount or anything like that, so. That's pretty much it. The total increase, if I did my math right, is $3,120 from last year's budget.
JP, one question I had is for the fuel, the mileage.
Yep.
You said 170, here's 226, so I was wondering, did I miss here, or what was the actual number?
It's the increase, it didn't come out exact because of the 72.5 cents per mile.
Okay. So the number was 226.
Yes.
Okay.
For
the mileage.
The travel expense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No problem. I just wanted to make, it's a few dollars, so I was wondering.
Yeah.
I'll make sure we have the right number. Yes. But Bill.
I just wanted to thank you for using used cars, used vehicles. You, instead of coming in here asking for a $60,000 or $80,000 car, he's getting used repurposed vehicles for his department. I really want to thank him for that.
Okay, yeah.
So we approved near map for assessing, and so could near map be used instead of upgrading a portion of vision?
No, it's a separate entity altogether. It's the square footage measured out on it's another tool, but the aerial views that you're getting and we're doing are very close to actual. You have to still go out and physically confirm those numbers, and that's what that Envision currently, they already have it Envision, and it's a program that we can go and look at square footages. If you want to, it's hard to explain it in shoreline zoning, especially when you want to do expansions, we have to be pretty much meticulous down to the square foot. And having that tool available to us, I've had to go over and use other people's computers and try to, get the measurements right. It's another tool in the toolbox. I guess if you don't want to put it in, that's fine. We'll figure it out, but for $220 a year out of this budget, I don't think it's a big ask for, so.
I don't think it's a big ask either, but we were just asked to approve $9,000 for near map when there was a product of vision that we
Two
weren't.
totally different programs. They do totally different things.
Thank you.
Yes, Lisa.
Just two clarifying questions.
Yep.
Your 2018 and 2019 vehicles right now, are they in working order?
Currently, yes.
Excellent. And do you anticipate that changing over the next year?
I don't know.
Based on how they're running right now, accidents unforeseen.
Nope.
Be fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But they just went to start the car and the
Yeah, we
starter
just start the
was
car the
gone.
day the starter was gone. So, I don't know. Today it'll be fine. Tomorrow I may need a new engine. I don't know.
Okay. And for the GIS,
Yep.
those two seats, is that different than the GIS that we can get through the website?
Yes, it's actually, I wish Joe was here to explain it.
Is it more detailed than what the residents can see?
Yes, it's, E is for Esri. It's more detailed down to the square foot
Thank you.
program.
Any further questions from the council? Okay, anything from the budget committee this time? Good, Carol.
I'm just looking for some more information on the GIS software as opposed to the near map. I'm just looking for a comparison of that. So if we can get that for one of our next meetings, that would be good.
Okay. Yes. Anything else? And can we hear a motion
Motion to move forward as is.
A second.
all in favor of moving this to the budget? So moved. Passes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, JP.
Thanks, JP.
Town clerk's office.
All right, so we're gonna start on page 63. Any questions about salaries? There's not too much to put on this part. And then moving on to the next page, 64, travel expenditures. The increase is due to 2 additional conferences and training, which is Maintown City Clerks Association and the New England Association of City Town Clerks. I know this is something that Mary wouldn't go to in the past, but I do find it necessary. So that has been factored into travel expenditures.
I'm just gonna interrupt. Angela just got certified, and so that's a huge accomplishment that she passed that test. And so in order to keep that, she has to go to training.
Thank you. And then the next page, so that was the main increase on travel expenditures. So on page 65, under dues and subscriptions, the increase is mainly because of the New England clerk's dues. We have 2 notary renewals coming up, and we've been attempting at pushing Facebook social media posts, so just a subscription to Canva. And then next page, under contractual, there were many minor changes on this that added up. The ballot increase is going from 31 cents to 35 cents. Our E-Code 360 has increased their dues as well. And then the biggest one, which raised the percentage for increase that we're asking for, is book preservation. We typically only ask for $2,000 a year, at which some of our books are more than $2,000 for just one. We're backed up, and we have many books that need to be preserved. And Janet is going to show you a couple of the books from the 1980s that we have. And she'll show you what the after looks like after the preservation.
And it's by law that we have to keep these.
Yep, we are record keepers. So these have to be, the retention is permanent. We have to keep these. So when I put in for the 16,000, that was the quote that we had through CoFile on file at the time. I did get an updated quote for many more books, but I think 16 would do a nice small chunk of it all. So we asked for 16. And did you guys, I don't know if you received the quotes or whatnot from CoFile for book preservation, but I'll have Janet also pass these out just so you can see how much it costs per book. It does go off of how many pages there are in the book and whether or not it's custom size, so. You can take a look at those, but that was the reason for the main increase under contractual. Moving on to the next page, page 67, training. I believe the increase on that is $1,100 for the academy, although I anticipate receiving the grant for that. I'm about 80–90% positive I'll receive the grant. I just need to factor it into here in case I don't, but I'm pretty positive I'll receive that. So next page, we're on page 68. Advertising, that stayed the same. We do like to factor in if we have special elections, that does drive up the cost, so it may look like we don't use that much, but I think 800 is reasonable, keep that the same. And then next page 69, under office supplies. That was just a minor increase, very minor, for postcard fees. Stamped postcards went up to 81 cents. And that we went off of that. I need to see if that is our rate or USPS's rate, because we do get a slight discount for using a machine. But neither here nor there. It was a minor change. Other commodities, the next page, so we're on page 70. The main increases on here was meals for ballot clerks. That's just mostly due to inflation. Election day materials went up $60. One of the things that we're asking for is an election door. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the exit door. The makeshift one that we have, I think it's made out of plywood, or I don't know, but it was supposed to be temporary. But we really do need something of structure, because the election clerks do complain that they're cold in November. We get them blankets, but it doesn't really help them all out. So we're just asking for $1,500 to look into making something with double doors, because we do need to be able to see out of who, if anyone's trying to come in. So we're asking for that for the election. The feather flag for the ballot drop-off, that's $200. That would go right above our ballot box, so they stop using the tax, the tax collection box instead. And many other towns do have that, so it seems pretty standard. Our absentee ballot box, currently the one that we use in the Sebago Lake Room during more populated elections. We've gotten a couple complaints from customers, and I agree with them that the hole is too big in it, where potentially someone could reach in, and I agree with them on that. So we were looking into another ballot box. And then computer monitors, that was the quote that we received from IT. One of the monitors we are using is from Janet's house. And yeah, we just need, we need it for, some of the stations need the dual screen, so. That is it. Are there any questions?
Did you do general administration? Is that covered by you?
No.
We haven't done that yet.
Not yet.
All right, so you skipped the town clerk. Go ahead. No question.
Okay.
Good, Lisa?
The fatigue mats and chair mats, are these something that's purchased every year? They've been on the budget since fiscal year 25?
Yep.
So you get new mats every year?
Yep. If not every year, it's every other year, and that's suggested by, I forgot, is it called economic?
Ergonomics?
Ergonomics, economics.
Okay.
But yeah, the mats that the ladies stand on at the stations that they're at. A couple of them that we have now are curling up at the corners.
Right.
So,
Sorry, trip.
yeah,
Okay.
so it's a hazard. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. And then the computer monitors, how many is that for?
That's for 2.
2? And are those the large monitors or like a small Dell?
It's just your standard size. I forgot how many inches, but
17, 23?
24, probably.
24, okay. And then one final question, thank you, Angela. The portable door, is that gonna be something that's put in and taken out during elections? It's not part of
Yes.
facilities, so that's why it's under your budget, not facility?
Yep.
Okay.
And we're looking at creating the structure, because of course, it'd be the whole size of the fire door bay, but of course, that'd be hard to store and move at that size. So they're looking at a way to put it together in pieces, rather, for every election.
Okay, so it wouldn't be used for other like open houses back there where?
I mean, they can use it if they want, if it's like anyone can use it, but this is primarily for elections.
For elections, okay, thank you.
Yep.
I do have one question. The state doesn't allow you to digitize those books. They have to be in physical form.
Correct. The original, yep.
I wonder why the state would not. It would seem to be.
It's actually, yeah, so we've actually had a battle right now between Vital Records Department in Augusta and Archives. This is a side note for Vital Records, not for these particular books, where Vital Records told us that we could shred some of the marriage intentions that we receive after they're scanned into the system. So a lot of towns did that. And then a couple months later, Archives said, State of Maine Archives, absolutely not. So they're butting heads right now on that. But a lot of this comes from Archives.
So there's a question of the cost of digital versus non-digital plus the storage for this non-digital stuff, as well as the cost of producing.
Right, this quote though, that includes it digitally as well. They give you a disc.
Oh, you do?
They do, yeah, CoFile does.
Provided you have the equipment to read the disc. Yeah, okay. Those formats can change too.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
One clarifier for people who didn't get to see the books, the new books, those are air sealed, correct? So the paper that's in the new books?
I assume so. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure because the ones I looked at were sealed, so they're, when they say preserved, they are preserved.
Yep.
Any other questions? Anything from the budget committee?
Happy to hear you getting an election door.
I'm sorry?
I'm happy to hear you're getting.
Oh, okay, good. So you've been to, okay.
Let's make a motion to
I make a motion to move the budget forward as proposed.
Second.
seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Very good, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Angela.
Thank you.
Planning department? Which is page 79.
Good afternoon, everyone. So planning, quickly, salaries are there, self-explanatory. Mileage, I didn't increase at all. The dues and subscriptions, real quick. I think I said in my, notes to you that this was increasing. I was increasing this by 500, the ASRI licenses. So, a couple things there. I didn't realize JP was putting in his budget, for those two that he said he had, and I just spoke with him. He's okay taking those out of his budget. I don't know procedurally how that would work, if the budget committee can just recommend taking that stuff out of his budget now and leaving it in my budget. I can do the things he needs that to do with the money that I've asked for. Cause it wasn't just, I think I said in my letter, I needed it for data hosting, but it was also for an analysis tool as well.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify that. And we can actually reduce that by $250 as well. I only need $1,750, not $2,000 to get that tool. So there's that. We can, if you wanna make a motion to reduce the 500 to 250 there, I'm good with that, with what I need. Gravel pit inspections, those are, things we're required to inspect by ordinance. We get money back for those, so those don't hit the tax roll, the gravel pits pay for those. Training was reduced by $750. I was originally gonna reduce it by 1,000. I kept the extra 250 in just because I'm not sure if planning board's gonna be required to do some more trainings next year with the housing laws. I just wanted to keep a little buffer in there. I think I spent 4,100 though this year to date. So. That's it. That's pretty much it. So again, I don't know procedurally how that would work with JP's budget, but I want to throw that out there.
So much bring it forward as a recommendation to us to change JP's budget, then we can change it.
Yeah.
When we get your recommendations back.
I think it was $220 in his budget.
For ERSGI, GIS stuff.
Licenses, you can take those out if you leave them in mind.
And then question?
The GIS software, you have 2 seats for 2,000. They had 2 seats for 200. Why the difference?
So I'm not sure what he was, I don't know exactly what he was doing. What I basically, I'm allowed to basically go in and create my own maps. So the stuff that's available online, it's a little bit more. And that way it's available to the public.
So he might have had different seats than you have?
Yeah, he probably, it was probably just for him and Seth, whereas everything that I have and I have access to, I can make available to the public. Okay. So it's a little bit more money for the licenses, and it's for me and Scott Hastings, the planner.
Thank you. And then one more question. If you're anticipating mandatory trainings coming up, why is your training budget lower?
Historically, I haven't reached that $5,000 level closely. So I just, it was, taken down by $750, so.
Thank you.
And Mr. Deacon, you have some questions?
Planning board members do a lot of site visits. Has that number changed in years? I mean, to compensate them for not just time, but their travel and there's a certain element of expertise on the planning board to be understanding a lot of regulations and requirements. Not that other types of jobs don't have that, but I'm wondering if that's, you know, what do other towns, and are we able to get our board members being properly compensated for the time and effort and their costs and sidewalks and their work?
I don't have a number for you for other towns. I can certainly, you know, do some looking around. I don't know, Scott, do you know if that number is set by ordinance or charter? That stipend? I don't think it is.
We just put the stipend in last year.
Yeah, I thought it was recent, that's what.
Just increased last year.
It just increased, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, yeah, I don't disagree with you, that they put in a lot of time, and I'm thankful for them. You know, maybe we can look at that number again in a couple of years.
Yes, go ahead, Jen.
Your training budget, do you have more trainings that you expect to attend this year?
Nothing on the books, but there are certainly things out there that, you know, come up. And I think I've spent 3,900 to date.
Well, it says that you have, of the 5,000 that was budgeted, you have 2,600 left.
I don't think the credit card is, I've put stuff on my credit card since February. Is it through February?
March is not there.
If I can look, I'm pretty certain it's closer to the 3,900. I can almost guarantee, I'm positive that it's closer to 3,900.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Budget committee?
Actually, $4,000.
Mm-hmm. You spent 4,000, yep. Thanks, Doug.
Okay, thank you.
So let's make a motion to move forward.
Second.
Move seconded. Any discussion about the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Very good, thank you. That takes care of planning. Let's go to public safety. Just page 107.
Can I just go through each line and go through the questions, or what do you wanna, how do you want?
Just give an overview of the changes and then be ready for questions.
So start off with salaries. It looks like we just combined under the full-time advanced EMT firefighter staff. That looks like a giant number, but they just consolidated all the 4 EMT basic positions and the 8 EMT basic positions and the 4 advanced EMT into one.
I just want to point out too, they're a union, so we don't have much room we don't have any room to change it unless we adjust their contract, but they are a union.
Page 2. We have in there, we added in full-time holiday pay. That's just a reflection of more accurate number. We added in the engine 4 per diem position. So we have 3 stations and one we share with Gorham. I'm not sure if Gorham has it in their budget for the other half, but I think that's the plan, is that this will fund half of it. It's a shared station, so we have a fire engine there, they have a tank truck in there, and then, you know, we use their tank truck on our calls, they use our fire engine, and staffing is the same way, so. ACO part-time, we have picked up the contract to cover Leamington ACO duties. So with that, Jake is our only ACO, and this will just give him a helper for busy times, help with licensing, cover him when, you know, for his vacations and stuff like that. Cradle points. Or we went up on the cell phone line. I know, Lisa, you had asked me a question about the cradle points. Did everyone get those?
No, I don't think so. You just highlight what a cradle point.
Okay, so the cradle points they were put in our ambulances. 2 years ago, we signed a contract with Maine EMS to get, it's essentially onboard internet on our trucks. It also has a feature of notifying drivers when our lights are on. It gives them a heads up that there's emergency vehicles. That's how you get those little dots on your maps, or if you use Waze or Apple Maps. It's a notification system, and I think there's like 210 ambulances that are outfitted with it throughout the state. So the state paid to have them installed, paid for the 2 years of service. Now it's just for us to pick up that service of those. We added in 800 into travel expenditures for the harbor master. Historically, the harbor master classes were held at the Maine Maritime Academy, and it didn't cost us anything for housing because they'd let us use the barracks that the students were in. They've relocated and they're holding them in Bangor now, so we'll have to pay hotel fees. That's what that's in there for. No change in our dues and subscriptions. We did go up on our professional fees to have our EMS runs reviewed third party for quality assurance, make sure we're doing the right things for patient care. See where there may be, if where there might be deficiencies in overall care of patients, whether it's, maybe somebody struggling with getting IVs, so it tells us we need to have more IV training or stuff along those lines, cardiac monitoring, making sure that they're reading the rhythm right.
Not a law that passed too that we had to have that.
We have to have QA/QI as part of it.
So it's not an optional.
Yeah. Anytime that we sign a patient off, and somebody says they don't want to go to the hospital, well, all those runs have to be QA'd. So every run has to be QA'd. QA/QI. The medical director, he was going up $1,000, which we have to have one of those. Intercepts, I think we're just gonna leave that the same. Theoretically, with what we have for staffing, like, we've done a pretty good job of covering 3 ambulances at a time. Standish isn't getting any smaller, and we're just getting busier and busier. I think it was on Thursday, we ran all 3 trucks, went on 3 calls at 3 separate times, or 9 calls, I should say, at different times. We're just constantly out. So the hope is, with having 2 of the ambulances always staffed, and then our 3rd ambulance, with the per diems, they either come off the fire engine and they'll go on the ambulance, and cover those 3rd calls, but we don't always have a paramedic on that truck, so that's what the intercepts are for. Equipment maintenance, SCBA repairs and testing, that's just in line with what we've been spending. Hose testing, again, it's just more accurately what we've been getting quoted. And we still have our large diameter LDH hose and hard suction. I know that probably is a different language to you, but it's hoses that we use. It's all part of those testings. We have engine 21 pump packing in there. That truck has a pretty good leak. So engine 4 was done, or is being done this year, is gonna come out of this year's budget. It hasn't been done as of yet, because Gorham's tank truck's out, so we don't wanna strip that side of town of any truck. So once that truck comes back, engine 4 will go out, but this is for engine 21. Station maintenance, that's everything from if we have a door that needs to get replaced, or need squeegees or mops or brooms or anything like that, that kind of stuff. Physicals and fit testing, again, with more personnel, everyone that we hire has to go through it, and then depending on the age of the person, depends on, well, everyone has to get a respiratory clearance every year, but whether they go in for physicals every year, it's a requirement of Bureau of Labor. Having 3 Life Pack 12s now, or sorry, 3 cardiac monitors, not Life Packs, they're Zols, but having 3 of them, it's just the maintenance and service agreement. They get tested every year, and if we have to send one back, they send us one as a replacement to use temporarily. ARL fees, that's set by, I believe it's population, right? For the ARL. Yep. Animal emergency service. So that's if, our animal control officer gets called for a dog that was hit. We don't know who the owner is. We still, we have to take care of that animal until an owner comes forward and claims that animal. And if they don't claim that animal, we have to take that bill. So that's why that's in there. I think that's all of that. CCRCC, that's our dispatch. They're gone up by contract. The 2,500 increase in training, that's to go for the fire prevention activities and safety fair, the public safety fair that we have here every year. It's a huge event, as most of you know, but we're just not getting the amount of donations that we used to. So we're just looking to up that line a little bit more. The water district, that's set by them. That's per hydrant, and then how much of water mains we have through town. Turnout gear, as you can see, that price is up a bit. We trying to budget for 15 sets a year, and it's $4,200 a set now. But the cost of gear has gone up. It's crazy how much it's going up. And this is to outfit the new hired employees, and along with our per diem personnel and call company personnel. And then the uniform allowance, where we have 16, part of the union contract with the 16 full-timers is they get $300 a year for a uniform allowance. So that's that. Fuels and lubricants, that's all bid through, I assume, is it GPCOG? Is that who that's?
No, I get the rates from the Energy Information Agency.
Okay, so that's.
Which obviously, before what's happened overseas.
Okay. Fire scene refreshments, that's just putting us in line with what we're typically spending with, and it says fire scene, but we also, like, with big trainings, if we have day-long trainings or whatever, we'll supply them with lunch and water and all that stuff. Medical supplies, 900. That it is for the soft goods, the bandaging, where needles, all that stuff. We pay for all the, we have to buy all the medication for the patients, so. New equipment, the Class B foam, we just combined, it should be just a foam line. We're getting rid of, we're not using Class B foam anymore, it's F3 foam, because of the PFAS that are in the Class B foam. The radios, they are $2,200 for a portable radio. And the masks, depending on, we have standard masks that we use, but if somebody needs a special mask, somebody wears glasses, we have to supply them with their own mask because they have to get a prescription lens for them. And then, depending on facial size and features and stuff, some don't fit in a standard mask. So that's the public safety budget.
Thanks, Ben.
Questions? Yes, go ahead, Jen.
So last year was the first year that you went to the Knox box key locks.
Correct.
That trial must have gone well.
Yeah, so we have 5 of them. We had one for each ambulance that we had in service at the time, because we had a reserve one, and then one for each engine. So the money that's still in there for the Knox boxes is to get 5 more, or 6 more, I think it is.
And then after that, we'd be looking at line items for probably 2 more years, because if I counted right, you need 9 more after this.
I would have to, I don't have that number in front of me.
But the plan is that you're buying them.
Yeah, we're spreading them out, so we're getting like the pieces that are out all the time, and then we'll get the secondary pieces. Because like, we have a Knox box on our ATV, because like that key, even though they don't mount Knox boxes on the gates, they do sell locks that the water district has on like their property. If we go down one of their trails that's locked, there's a Knox lock on there that our key fits into. So eventually we probably do, get one for like Trail 18, but right now it's just the primary pieces of what we're trying to fill.
Yes, go ahead, Lisa.
For the safety fare, the $2,500 increase, how is that different from the $2,500 in the transfer out section? Does that give you guys 5,000, or what's the difference?
Scott, do you know?
Transfers out 2,500 and their additional 2,500.
I don't know what the difference.
I know that the chief was staffed adequately, so they went to the schools. And I know in years past, they've stopped going to schools, but I know they went to all the schools and had little kits for all the students. So I don't know if that could be the increase.
Past, they had donations, and then they had the 2,500 that the town donated to the public safety. Donations are going down.
Right.
So now, we still have the 2,500 the town donates, but it sounds like the donations amount is going down, so they're trying to, 2,500 to supplement that.
So
would
we're
this be-
donating on their behalf?
Sounds that way.
Okay. Because
I don't know what the 2,500.
for clarification, you've increased the safety fare budget by 2,500 to 5,000.
Right.
And there's 2,500 allotted for in the transfer out section, so that's $7,500. Am I understanding that?
Sounds that way. I don't know what the 5,000.
I think the 5,000 would be enough to cover our safety fare needs. I don't know that we need 7,500, but
So
I can't answer that because I really don't know what the transfer out is.
yeah, I'm not sure what that
That's
is.
the
either.
$2,500 that we've annually contributed.
So that this doesn't come out of.
Doesn't come out of public safety. It comes
So,
Because it has to be transferred to the public safety enterprise fund.
okay, so then we'd probably need to update, then we would probably need to change that to a $5,000 transfer.
Sure. We want a total of 5,000. We have to reduce something, 2,500 from somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. So that's my question. Should that happen from training or should that happen from transfer out?
You can do it from transfer out, that's fine.
All right, we'll look at that later then. I also had one more question. I'm still not clear on the salaries, page 110, that part-time ACO. In the explanation, it said that adding a part-time ACO contract with 3 other towns to cover it, one person can't do it alone. And then for the per diem engine, it's no longer half-time. We're submitting a full amount for 12 hours a day, 365 a year.
I think
So-
that's in there if Gorham didn't put it in their budget this year.
Okay, so, but they,
I
so
don't,
we
I don't know,
if they did or not
I
yet?
don't know if they did or not.
So if they don't put it in their budget, we're gonna cover 100% and help them out?
Well, in one sense, it could be.
Okay.
The other would be, if they don't pay for it, then we, like, most of the time we do have a medic that picks up those shifts. So if we respond on a call to Gorham in that district's coverage area, and they need our medic, then we would bill them an intercept fee for that position.
Okay, thank you. And then that ACO officer, where we're contracting with 3 other towns, it's a revenue line as well. So can you explain?
I can help speak to that. So we just got a contract back, so we're now, and I was trying to find them a dollar value, but Leamington, Baldwin, are all paying us for our animal control officer to go to those towns should we need to.
Okay.
And I just got the contract back, I think on Thursday, so I don't remember what it is, but it pays for the majority of both positions.
So even though we're budgeting for the 36.4, that might not be spent because.
Exactly, the revenue's coming in. I'll find the contract.
Thank you.
And Bill had some questions.
Just want to follow up on that animal control part-time. Would he be considered to get insurance and benefits, or is he?
Not at part-time, I don't think.
36,000 a year, that would trigger 32 hours a week if you did it weekly roughly. I just want to, because then you start adding in a benefit package at 33 to 35%. Now you're.
But we don't offer health insurance at part-time. You have to be full-time.
Is he considered, it's not considered full-time with the.
Yeah, we're required by the ACA laws, I think it's like 30 hours.
And he wouldn't be here that part-time position wouldn't be here every day. It's to cover the nights, or some nights or some weekends. Because right now, our ECO has the phone with him 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There are times when he does go away, but he would like to have more of a break than every single day being on call and answering.
So there'd only be one on at any one time. You wouldn't have both on at once.
Typically, I mean, I think if it gets busy where Jake needs help with whether it's licensing and stuff like that, then, maybe they would begin for a certain, hours a week or something like that.
And what about vehicles? We have one vehicle for them, right? So
Correct.
One would have to take their personal vehicle.
Well, if they're both working, we could use one of our, one of the
I think
pickup
that,
trucks
yeah,
or
the
something like
chief's
that.
car.
As long as we're not getting into a
Yeah.
full benefit part-time job. Because what's the trigger, 32 hours or something like that? Because
Depends if they're doing like 35 hours one week and 10 hours the next week, then that wouldn't trigger it.
Right.
It's a calculation.
then we're getting into a whole different number. And then I don't know why we get contract in these towns, and I just don't want to, I'd rather give up a town than go say, because we added Leamington, now we're adding the part-time guy, is that correct?
Leamington alone looks like they're gonna pay over $17,000.
Yes, go ahead, Lisa.
For the ballistic vests on page 124, how many staff wear them at a given time?
At a given time? The goal is none, but.
Well, yeah, that would be an awesome goal.
I mean, we had an event the other day where there was 12 of us there.
Okay.
So if, you know, more people are responding, then more people are gonna be wearing them depending on the
Yeah, I
incident.
think it's case by case call.
It's case by case, it's
Yeah, the
size of people.
Sheriff's office are called them to stage if they, I know they had a domestic and someone was having a seizure, so they had to go to a call that was potentially.
Depending on what the call is, it's situational on whether they have them on or not. It's, that's all policy driven.
And
So depending on how many people show up and depending on what the call is,
Okay.
so.
are they replaced by age or wear?
Those would be replaced by both, but they do have an expiration date,
How long is that?
8 or 10 years, so I don't know for sure.
All right.
John, could you?
I think ours were
Will you
5
come up
years at the
here?
sheriff's office. Ours was 5 years at the sheriff's office, when I was there, I think.
Okay, that's the reason I'm asking, because since '24, we've purchased 50. This, including this year, that'll be 50. And I just want to make sure that they're being used and they're being replaced, because that's a lot of money.
They are a lot of money.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that we're not just buying to have them sitting in a box somewhere. Thank you.
Last year we had.
Jen had her hand up first. Oh, Jen and then Phil.
I just want to thank you for being here today.
You're welcome.
I know it's not easy stepping into the hot seat that you didn't create. You
That's all
didn't
right.
really have a choice, but we do appreciate you being here and answering our questions the
Sure
best you
thing.
can.
And go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, you've done a great job today. This isn't really for Ben, but the tower rental is $15,000 for us to put an antenna on the tower.
A 10-foot antenna, 100 feet up. A 10-foot antenna, 100 feet up.
Our tower out here, what's going on with that? We've got all kinds of people using that. What type of money did we get for that?
So I don't think it's ours. Is it rented or we have an agreement with someone?
It's not ours. We do have a rental fees for that. I think it's like 17,000.
Okay, so we are still, I know I was on the council when we originally did it.
17,000.
I wasn't sure if that, is that forever or does that go, how did?
I think it's a 25-year contract.
It must be.
Is that for Oak Hill?
Obviously, we're
No,
okay.
right out back.
No, that's.
Yes, right here, in our backyard, but if we could get $15,000 a piece, then when this rental comes up, I hope we cancel it, because if they're getting 15,000, we must have 10 out there, we're probably sitting on 100, I don't know how many out there.
Right.
But look at the numbers, we're paying 15, and we got one in the backyard that we're getting 17 for the whole tower.
Yeah, that was another point. That rental increase went up about 20% since last year. Is that realistic? Oh, by contract. Let's do the contracts. All right.
Good, thank you.
Anything from the budget committee?
I do. Just for clarification, on page 116, what's the difference between general maintenance and station maintenance?
So general, well, let me get to it before I. So the general maintenance is apparatus, vehicle maintenance. Station maintenance would be like I said.
Yeah, that's, got it. Okay. And the other question is on the dry hydrants.
Yep.
We have, let's see what page it is. One 19. Okay, you have 15 dry hydrants that you guys need to maintain. However, you currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and you are asking for 8 more, so that's a total of 19.
So probably have one. We have what page you on? I'm sorry.
119, so I'm just wondering if that number 15 should be bumped up to 19. Because if the extra 8 are approved, then you guys are gonna have to maintain 19 and not 15, so you're gonna be shy 4.
I think for this year, we would be fine because these ones we would be adding this year, so I think that money would be fine. I mean, if you wanna give us more money, we'll take. No, but I think
You're good.
I think we're good on that.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Just have one additional clarifying question. On page 124, you have a line item for 6 monitors. Are they just standard computer monitors? And the reason why I
Um,
ask is
I
we
think-
just heard Angela ask for $600 for 2 monitors, but
I think it's minitors, not
It's
monitors.
minitors.
Minitors are small,
I'm sorry.
small pagers, are the pages we give out to like the call company people.
My apologies.
When it comes to the ballistic vests,
Mhm.
and you're ordering 10, are they issued out to each member? They're not sharing these, right?
Well, right now, yes, and it's the on-duty crews have them right now. So they have to size them for each other or
Right.
themselves every time that they come in, but these would be issued to members, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get that, because it's kind of nasty to have to share ballistic vests and, yeah, it's kind of.
Yes.
How many employees last year? I had to note that we had 76 employees that were buying turnout gear for. What is that number of employees this year?
It stays right around that same. We have people leave and hire and.
Thank you.
Yeah. When I say employees, this is covering everyone from full-timers to call company people.
I want to say something. I was looking at page 122, the employee appreciation and the fire scene refreshments. I would like to actually make a motion. We've done a lot of taking away. So make a motion to do a little bit of an increase for the fire scene refreshments and the employee appreciation. So I would like to make a motion to bring the employee appreciation to 2,500 and the fire scene refreshments to 3,500, just so we can make sure to be giving these guys what they need when they're at the scene, and then really showing them a little bit of appreciation. I mean, $2,500 is a little bit of appreciation for what they're actually doing. So that's my motion.
I second that.
All in favor of, any discussion?
I'll just point out that Public Safety Department has saved us thousands of dollars in other ways, like what they got last year, and things like that, so this is nothing compared to what they've actually been creatively and cost-effectively managing their budget in the past. Thank you.
All in favor of the amendment? And opposed?
If you do it for one, you should do it for all. Sorry. Not that you don't deserve it.
No, I understand. I understood.
We haven't got to the other departments yet, so. But yes, so that moves forward. Any other comments or questions on this?
John, really quick, you were in the office, will you come up here to there? That day that we were talking about this with the chief, it was after a director's meeting, Benny wouldn't have been there, do you remember, can you clarify?
Yeah, so I believe about the North Gorham Fire Station position, why the 12-hour increase was Gorham is also going to increase to 12 hours, so there'll be 24-hour coverage there for that. So we're just not increasing, so they're going from 12-hour coverage to 24-hour coverage, so that's why you're seeing the difference there. That's what I recall in my head from that.
Anything else? Okay, so make a motion to move this forward as amended.
I'd like to make a motion to move this forward as amended, so it looks like we've changed account 215-530-70 from 7250 to 13250, if I can add
That's
correctly. So that's what I would recommend that we move forward.
I'll second that. Motion is, I'll let you repeat it, your motion.
I make a motion that we move the budget forward as we have amended, which means that line 53070 instead of 7250 ends up being 13250.
Thank you.
How was it?
2,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we just raised it $2,000.
Yeah, we
Oh,
just raised it to.
See, I said it, I had it right.
9,250.
9,250.
All right, my bad. All right, let's try this again. I make a motion, I'm gonna rescind my prior motion. My new motion is line item 53070 is increased to 925.
Second that.
All in favor? And all opposed? So that still passes forward to the budget committee. Great.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Just give you, it is now 1:56. Get a consensus from the council and the budget committee if they want to adjourn for the day and pick up on the 5th, or if we want to continue.
How many more department heads are here that haven't been heard?
Did we pass this, the budget? Because we just voted to pass this, right? We didn't.
I would like to stay until, to hear these two department heads. I would like to stay and hear these two department heads. They've been here all day. I think we ought, plus it gives us good information going forward, so if we could maybe half an hour, make it short and sweet.
So that's 5 more presentations.
No, just 2.
Well,
Our budgets are split.
yeah, so that's 5 presentations. Public Works technically has 2,
Yeah.
Recreation has 3.
Yeah, okay. I'm good then, I don't care. I just have to be out here by 2:30. Let's,
Okay, so it sounds like we're gonna, any other discussion, any input? Okay. Then let's make a motion to recess and table the remaining budget until the April 4th meeting, and we'll pick.
I just have a question before we go forward. If I might be moving and shaking in the beginning of April, so I do not know if I can make that time frame. So I just wanted to put that out there. I don't know for 100%, but
Concern, is that what we're talking about?
yeah, there's some stuff coming up, so I just don't know if I'll be.
Do we want to just have him present
I can
any?
definitely provide more information later, but I just wanted to put that out there for just for me.
do the rec department right now.
I know some of you guys have to go.
Yeah, guys have one.
Clarification, did we pass the public safety as amended?
Yes,
We did?
we did.
Oh, I voted no, yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, correct.
Okay.
So Carol, I know you have to leave, but I think we'll just do the rec. If you want, just so you can be here, we'll get the rec and the Richmill Beach completed while we're here.
The rec special rev.
And the special revenue, so the 3, yep.
I can get notes from Heidi. Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you
I
for your time.
appreciate you guys being here.
So Matt, do you want to present yours?
Matt, come on up.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry, just wanted to.
No.
Ghost everybody on April 5th.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thanks, Carol.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Okay. I'll try to make, we'll do the 6:10, yeah, a general first. I'll try to make it short and sweet. I did provide my wrap-up sheet, which gives you kind of an explanation of any of the increases. First page, all of the stuff on there is basically a COLA situation on the salaries line. Cell phones, I did increase a little bit. We do have additional people that are going to be jumping on to be using the buyback for the cell phones. Some of the new employees are switching over to that. So that explains that slight increase. I have no increase on postage and printing. I left that at the 500. I have a slight increase on parks and facilities maintenance. We are going to be trying to refurb some of the parks entrance signs that were made with, they have vinyl siding on there that have been cracked and damaged, so we're gonna look to fix that aspect. This upcoming spring, and we added some pest control to all of our sheds and shacks at all our various different locations to help mitigate the issues we have with mice. Contractual, that we took the dog park out of there because they have officially gone through their funding that was placed in there. And other than that, that remains the same. Summer Spectacular, I did go up by 3,000. I went up for that because due to the cost of fireworks, the tariffs, and all of the equipment that we get throughout there has all gone up in price since last fiscal year, especially the fireworks part of it. So I did increase that this year for all of the additional things that we need to bring in that cost us a little bit of money. The fuel and maintenance went up a little bit, also due to the addition of the new truck and the Kubota tractor, which will be, the maintenance and fuel that's associated with those additional vehicles. Not work boots, I'm sorry, other commodities, which is stuff for the staff, for the parks crew, that did go up a smidge. In hopes of having some part-time help for the summer. So those boots, as discussed in last year's situation, I think it was Phil brought up that we should be providing boots for the part-timers for steel toe or composite boots. So, and the safety gear, that explains most of that. And the last part is the new equipment, which would be the polycaster for the F-350, which is now kind of one of the things we kind of have to get since the truck was removed with that. So that polycaster will go into the 350, which we're doing our plowing and our sanding for the winter months.
Is it quick? Yeah, go ahead, Phil.
On truck maintenance under fuels and lubricants, you got $8,000. It's a brand new truck. I'm sure what we need for maintenance on, for $8,000 on that.
Well, it didn't increase. It didn't increase by. I put an extra $3,000 in there.
It said truck maintenance, $8,000.
Well, that's between the two vehicles. Plus, I have the 07 Ford Ranger. So I have those two trucks plus the Ford Ranger. That's the maintenance line for all of them.
But one of them is a brand new truck, so there shouldn't be any maintenance at all on that to speak.
Well,
I'm just saying that 8,000 when you got a lot of used stuff, I get it, but. And the tractor's brand new also that we just bought for you, correct?
Yes, but with the addition of a used truck that I'm not sure that I'm sure that there would be some 10 or 11 care to that.
$8,000 in maintenance, because this doesn't include fuel and lubricants. This is just maintenance stuff, I think that's way off the money.
I mean, I get we pay for the the parts that come through. I've had some issues with we had a truck go down a couple Saturdays ago. It's kind of one of those things where, mentioned before, if it's in there, if we need it, if it's not in there, it's not. And for what's mentioned before, it'll get dumped right back in, like Scott said. If we don't use it, it'll get right back.
That's not how we do it. We don't, I say, well, we'll throw it out there. If we don't use it, you can have it back. I think we need a little better. I just don't see 8,000 with two brand new vehicles. And if we put in money for a used vehicle, I really don't see you spending $8,000. How many miles do you put on it?
It's conjecture. I mean, if you wanted to move it down, we can.
I'd like to reduce that.
Is it just the trucks, or does that cover maintenance for the buses?
It covers no, not for the buses. Anything parks related. So our Kubota tractor, both of the walker we have, the trucks we have, the Billy Goat blower. It's everything. I stated. Let's see, right in here. Let's see. I think I have it listed. Two mowers, our snow blowers, our tractor, the Ranger, pretty much anything that moves that Billy might have to, that a town mechanic might have to tinker with throughout the fiscal year.
Would it be more appropriate to change it to equipment maintenance, so it's not just focused on the trucks? If it does cover all of the other equipment?
Yeah,
I'd just like to reduce it by $4,000. I just don't see that number showing up here with the new equipment we've just bought for your park and recreations.
What year are the trucks that you have?
Well, I did have a 2019 that, but now I have the 2024 and an 07 Ford Ranger.
And what's the 07 used for?
It's very small, so mostly just running errands. You really can't do much with it. The undercarriage is kind of rusted out on it. It's got low mileage, but unfortunately been sitting out for almost 20 years. So.
And the 19? What's that one used for?
That's the one that got shifted over to Public Works.
We're gonna have
that's
somewhere in this budget add some money in for him to buy, hopefully a used truck, because he doesn't put a lot of miles on. So I would like to somewhere, I'm not sure where we're gonna put it, but we obviously gotta buy him a truck, but not a plow truck. That's what I'm getting.
I do think we do move forward with, I do think whatever truck we do, we are a two truck department. We do have that split position where we need to have that and the summer help guys moving around. I do think moving forward, we should, even with a used truck, have it snowplow prepped, at least if something does happen to that, we have the opportunity to switch it up. But in regards to the maintenance aspect, you know, I don't know, like JP said earlier, he got in and the starter doesn't work. I don't, you know, these new trucks we make nowadays, they're not flawless. You know, they're replacing engines and brand new vehicles all the time, so.
Those are, we warranted for years down the road, these trucks.
However you guys want to move forward, I'm totally.
I had a question. There hasn't been an official motion made yet for the reduction, so.
I was just listening for comments before I made.
I know Heidi had a question, then Jen.
What is left in that budget for this year? I'm looking at this, but I'm not sure I'm looking at the right one, Scott. For fuels and maintenance under Parks and Rec. And then also, if the council does put in somewhere in the budget for them to buy another used vehicle, there's potential that used vehicle, buy a used vehicle, you don't really know what you're purchasing, for there to be maintenance or repairs needed for that.
$2,100 left in fuels maintenance.
Yes, I'm looking at the right line. And what we had originally budgeted was $10,000 last year,
Correct.
and there's $2,100 left this year.
So it's been 8. John, can I ask a question? Is there the shared position, is there an international, is it an international? Is there a truck that could be used?
Yeah, and summertime, I mean, we do have the internationals as well.
And is that what your shared position, is that what they would plow with in the winter?
That's what they would plow with in the wintertime.
So even if one breaks, we could have that as a backup at the least.
So could they use that truck all summer?
Yeah.
That's just, we would be more apt to need a pickup truck more than something something that we could throw. I think fundamentally for our department, a pickup truck would be much more beneficial than having that large of a vehicle. I don't know if you've ever been in it, but that's tight in there. It's just, I think if I have an additional crew that needs to go in that, it's not a two-person kind of vehicle with the console set up. I don't think it'd be beneficial for us to be.
At the very least, it could be used for a plow truck if needed, so the other truck couldn't be used.
We could negate the plow prep for sure, yeah, and use that, yeah, absolutely.
I'm confused too. So this year we bought an F-350.
Yes.
Does that have a plow?
Yes.
And then the sander's gonna go on it?
Yes.
And does the sander and the plow come off it in the summer so it could be used for other things?
Yes, the purpose of buying that one ton was the ability for us to be able to do our own wood chips and infield mix and be more self-sufficient on the rec side, yeah.
Okay, all right.
So how many employees do you have?
2.
2.
And summer help, hopefully.
Okay, so if you have 2 and you've got the Ranger and the dump truck now, do they go a lot together?
The Ranger, the last summer, the Ranger was used by Mason and Colby. It was kind of like one of those just like get to a place kind of things. As a functional parks truck, you can't really do much with it. We would need a truck that could haul, that could haul trailers, that could do all the stuff that a normal, truck that would, that you would need to do maintenance on. It's probably going to need that 4-wheel drive, because you can't be hauling stuff around in that in a 2-wheel drive in the winters that we have.
Your new truck, you got your brand new truck. You could haul a trailer behind that.
The only lapse where that truck will not get a ton, it would have issues with not being used heavily is the winter. But we also run into trouble in the winter during projects when Greg or Jim or somebody wants to do something, they're unable to use a truck with the sander in it to haul material. So they're running around looking to try to find ways to get their materials back to town hall or to the projects that they're trying to keep. So having the sander in there and having a truck without a sander gives us the opportunity to be more efficient.
I was gonna say, didn't you say that Ranger couldn't pass inspection?
The Ranger's getting close. The undercarriage is bad. Billy said, I did check with him, and the Ranger is getting to the point where it needs to be retired.
But before you got your brand new dump truck, a month ago, or I don't know, have you put it on the road yet, or is it still?
Yes. Oh, it's on the road.
So before that, you only had the Ranger and one other truck, right?
And one full-timer and the Ranger, and then now we're 2 full-timers. So.
And we're gonna get you a truck here sooner or later today, another truck. You'd have two trucks in a Ranger. But the truck I'm thinking you're gonna get isn't gonna have a plow on it, and it's not, it doesn't.
John
have
can say that this
bells
is-
and whistles type truck, it's just used for summer help to ride around in, to go from job site to job site, you know?
Yeah, it'd be a typical work truck for a landscaper, you know, where that does the typical stuff. So as long as it can handle that.
I'm not gonna make a motion to reduce it to $5,000 because you do have a new truck coming in, your tractors are new, your mowers are quite new. I'm gonna ask to reduce this from 8,000 to 4,000.
So I'll second that motion to truck maintenance from 8 to 5. Any discussion?
8 to 5 or 4?
8 to 5, I'll go to 5.
I thought you just said 5. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the reducing from, so the truck maintenance from 8,000 to 5,000? Okay, and opposed? So that moves forward, passes.
If you're gonna add a pickup truck, you should do it in this budget.
Okay, right here. Okay, I would like to make a motion that we add a truck to the rec department for no more than $30,000. That's gonna get him a late model truck, probably in the 1920s, I would say. It has to be a four-wheel drive, or can it be a two?
I would say that, as I'm doing the landscaping and things they do, it should be, you know, four-wheel drive capable of towing the tractor or the mowers. You know, if we have the tractor going one spot and the mowers going a different spot, I think it's just gotta be capable of doing.
So since we took 90,000, I'll go to 35. I'll make a motion that we apply 35,000 to the rec department for a used four-wheel drive truck.
I'll second that motion.
Add that to new equipment.
That's a new
We'll
equipment.
be adding that to.
Page 181.
Okay. Any discussion about adding a new truck for $35,000, four-wheel drive truck?
New, you mean used?
Used, a new truck for them, used.
New to them.
New to them. Any discussion? All in favor of adding a used new truck for $35,000? Okay, that passes unanimously. Any other discussion or
I
questions?
have some other questions.
Yes, go ahead, Jen.
I got a question, before we move on, like, that truck that we're currently switching over, that John is currently taking from me, the 2019, wouldn't that be probably a 40,000 or 40, I mean, a 40 or 45,000? So, I mean.
5,000 I just gave you.
Well, you saw, is it, I mean, it seems like we're just playing hot potato. I mean, I've already got that truck stickered, then I gotta go pay $500 to get it restickered.
No, you don't. If you're buying a truck, it's probably gonna have a sticker and some type of warranty.
Oh, no, like putting the
Assuming
parts
you're
in.
not buying off someone's lawn, I would assume you'd buy from.
I mean, I still have to put lights on it, I still have to, you know, there still has to be a safety aspect to it, I still have to put Parks and Rec sticker on it, so, you know, it seems by the time that I'm done doing this, I'm gonna end up playing hot potato with trucks. I mean, that's just my view of it, but however you guys wanna move forward, it's fine with me. For that small of a difference for.
Being more than fair for a truck you use part-time in the summer, and in the winter, it doesn't get used hardly at all. I think we're being more than fair at 35,000.
I mean, we use it pretty heavily 8 to 9 months out of the year, so.
So I know Jenny had some questions.
Yes, I'm looking at page 177. If I look at the contractual line for what we approved last year, 47,500, you've only spent 2,500 of that so far this year.
We just recently got out of a contract with the security camera that was, the company that was set up before.
Through Spectrum.
Through Spectrum, and we've since ended that contract. And now I have got a different set of cameras that we installed that come with an app. We pay for some extra storage. So that would be probably the difference, in my opinion, would be the difference of why we only spent that much money out of there.
So my other question was, part of that budget was for solar batteries. Did those get purchased?
Yes, they did get purchased, yep.
Are they part of that 2,500?
For the Richmond Memorial?
The batteries that we awarded last year. You asked for $5,000 last year for solar batteries.
For Rich?
No.
It was for security at parks, wasn't it?
Or maybe it was for security.
Oh, was that the dog, well, that might have been the solar lights for the dog park.
So it doesn't, it's just not adding up is what I'm saying.
I can, what's that?
I feel like it was the dog park. That's what my notes say.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look more into that one.
So the park security cameras are to go where?
They are currently out in all of our main parks.
So that's just like a maintenance, a contract to maintain them?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Any other questions, discussion? Council? Yes.
The reduction is the dog park donations. It's 25,000 came out of that.
I make a motion that we move this budget ahead. We're reducing 53040 by $5,000. I'll let someone else do the math on that. And that increasing 54010 by 35,000.
It's gonna be a $500 increase, I guess. Goes 1 by 3 and added.
I can give you the math on page 179.
Just give it to you.
1,342.
How was the,
For page 181, obviously, it's 45,000 now.
Thank you.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
All in favor? It's unanimous. So thank you, that's that one.
All right, on to Rich Memorial Beach. No change in regards to the salary line. Let's see, there was a small increase with AT mobility due to the adjustment of the cost, and we are replacing the hub this year. It is due for replacement. Nothing has changed on the telephone. Nothing has changed on postage and printing. Rich Memorial went up $38 due to the per mile rate that they get back from the town for running the samples over to the company that takes the bacteria for Rich Memorial. Let's see. No change, I think, on the equipment, maintenance, and supplies, that was reduced a little bit. Advertising, I reduced a little bit. I reduced the local paper and social media, part of it because we're doing most of that in-house. And then there's just the online registration fee, which is their kind of kick-in for the MyRec system. I went up a little bit on the training certificates. We do outsource our CPR. I know Tasha is working at securing the Red Cross, I believe, which could, hopefully maybe reduce that in the future. No change on the portable toilets. The testing went up to $30 per time we drop off, so that's the increase there on $12.60. No change on fuels and lubricants. Small change in t-shirts, only due to the price, due to the cost increases with the companies that prepare them for us. No increase on miscellaneous equipment. And we reduced the things from last year, which reduced it down by like 10,000, but I did add a couple of the replacement paddle boards, so the ones that are up there, they are starting to get chipped. I do think I want to look into seeing if I can find a company that might be able to resurrect a few of them, but there are some of them that they don't owe us anything. They've been around for 7 or 8 years and been used by multiple participants. I also would like to add a couple canoes into our rentals. because I think that we have the paddle boards. It'd be nice to add something that multiple people could jump in, and so that'll hopefully offset by the rentals down the road. And the other big thing that I put in here is an electric solar generator. Struggling with the 15 older adults that we have down there on some of those days where it's super, super, super hot. We did some painting of white around the building, stuff to offset it. I just recently had Greg apply some insulation to try to keep it. I had an electrician come in. He said I would have to put way more solar panels and upgrade the whole entire thing to run like a mini air conditioner for them to kind of take the edge off every now and then. Obviously, it would cost an arm and a leg for us to run power down there. I think the electric generator would be a good way to offset it if it's a 98-degree day down there. We'd be able to go down, fire it up, give them some reprieve. We could also use that generator or other functions when the summer's over. But I choose solar only because I don't think anybody wants to listen to a gasoline engine rev, for a 9-hour day down there. I've never used solar, but I'm assuming it's quieter. So I just think that that would be a good way. The only way I can figure to at least bring it so that we don't have them down there suffering in the heat.
Questions, comments for Matt on this? What kind of paddle boards do we have down there?
I'm not a paddleboard aficionado by any means, but I think that might be a Tashi question because she's been
I've been on them. They're middle of the road, but I don't think you replace. I don't think you Band-Aid them, you toss them, because once they poke hole in that foam, it hisses and gets water, so.
So we got two that got decent sized cracks in them. They are heavily rented.
They're really heavy to lug up and down.
Yeah, to find a system where people could rent them and get them down there without having to break their back would be probably really a nice thing. I did buy a couple of carts for the people to kind of put them on and push them down, hoping that they'll return the carts afterwards, but.
So they're like full rigid ones, they're not inflatable?
No.
No, they were bought from the beach open and they're heavy duty.
The cart doesn't even help because they fall off.
They are heavy duty paddleboard.
For the solar generator, have you done any research of that, what that would actually cost for the efficiencies of running an air conditioner from one of those?
I did some light stuff with Jim, our facilities guy. We both looked around, did our research, found one that was about that range that would run it enough so that if they fired it up and with the addition of the insulation and the blinds that we put in, we fired it up and just took the edge off in there, that it would keep it cool enough for them to go in. But you couldn't just rev it up and run it for, a 10-hour day. It probably would not keep up.
Generators suck a lot of energy.
Yeah, they do. So this would be something that we could use down the road, but also one of those things where if they did it, they'd probably call me and have me come down and help them start it, just so they can at least use it on those days where it's, abrasively hot.
And then,
do you have light vests for the canoes and paddleboards?
We do.
You do.
Yep, we replace them as needed because they need to be replaced. I'm not sure how many years, but I think it's every 3 to 5 years or so. We recycle through and replace them.
Matt, wouldn't you say the median age of our help at the beach are 70, 75 years old? We're not talking about teenagers.
Yeah, we got about 15
adults that are staffing that.
Couple in their 80s. They really love it down there, but I just think it'd be beneficial.
It's too much.
Yeah, I am going to lose a couple due to the heat. I'm trying to convince them to come back, but I am going to lose 1 or 2 because they just can't.
Too much.
any other comments, questions, anything from the budget committee? Okay, motion?
Make a motion to pass it forward as.
Second.
Second. All in favor of moving that forward? It's unanimous. Next.
Before special revenue, before and after care, as you can see on the sheet, I'm going to rely heavily on this one because this one's a little bit more different. So the first one, the hourly stuff comes with just the cost of keeping staff, raises, the vacation weeks increase because we added the December vacation. So that'll increase our, due to the staffing for that particular event. Summer camp, same thing, hourly increase in additional staff for our summer camp, which we're hopefully gonna, grow. the softball, soccer and officials, also an increase of 2,000. Roman has grown that basketball program up there to about 180 to 185 kids. More officials, more T-shirts, more things like that. And the same thing with soccer. He's done a great job on growing both soccer and basketball. And then other van drivers programs, et cetera. We moved that up a little bit. We did bring on someone to help Norma drive some of her trips because we just do not have enough room for the amount of older adults that Norma wants to bring on. She often has a waiting list of 15 or 18 people that are trying to get on, and that's with both of our vehicles on the road. So having that second driver is big, and we do use that, some part-timers for our vacation weeks and things like that to drive behind us. Staff cell phones for the staff, for the rec staff, comes out of this side of it. I just increased that up by one. And the iPads, I don't think the iPads remain the same. No change on marketing, postage, and printing. No change on the maintenance and facility side. Small change on the contractual part due to the increase for the registration software that we use, and also the online banking fee. I checked in with Raylene, and I got the exact number for that, so there's an increase in both of those that reflects the change of $19.50. Bus-wise, T-shirt-wise, on the summer recreation side, the SAD fees remain the same. T-shirts and staffs increased a little bit just due to the adjusting to the cost of the supplies. And the contracted facilities piece, I believe, on this one. Trying to see. I think that's the biggest, that's the thing for the 8,100 difference, I believe. Vacation weeks, once again, went up by 2,500 on this one due to the addition of that program. So that's just, entrance fees and things like that for get the kids into where they're going, plus, cost for the diesel for the buses to get them there.
Now, will you just clarify, aren't most of these fees, though, the T-shirts and the buses, it's paid for by user fees?
Yeah, the special revenue count, this basically is all paid for by the user. So my staff, they have to hustle to stay. So the only ones that don't is me and half of my assistant. The rest of them, if they're not generating money by doing programs, then they cannot remain because that's what keeps them going.
So just to be clear, like this isn't going to taxpayers. When a kid signs up, the kid pays for his own T-shirt, part of his staff, the bus.
So what little bit cost we add on top of that after that is the money that we use to keep everybody afloat. Let's see, we are on youth sports. Let's see, youth sports went up a little bit. That increase also comes from the growth of the programs. We are going to look to reduce the custodial cost. I just recently found out that we were going to be allowed keys to the schools to maintain them for all of our weekend events and stuff like that. So hopefully that'll reduce our custodial fees with them, knowing that we can clean up and take care of our own mess. No change in the scholarship, keeping that at 10. Small adjustment of 1,500 for the special and community events. That's just more of just growth with having Sam now on the team. Annalise is now gone. Sam's now almost full gear with hers, so she'll be putting out more stuff down the road. Before and after care, small increase of 700. Adult and senior programming, same thing, growth of the program. A lot of that for Norma Jean's contractual stuff. She has really hit the ground running with adult fitness. So those contractual stuff comes with extra money. I believe she's got like 6 to 8 contractors that do just physical activities, yoga, chair yoga, fitness and funk. Rentals and sponsors is at 0. Fuel and maintenance, I did move that up a little bit by 2. just because of the buses that we have, the bigger buses, they are used, we have 2013 and 2019. We did dump some money into those and they're not cheap to fix, so I just kind of added that piece in there. 0 on the commodities and 0 on the new equipment. That's it.
Any comments, questions from the council?
Just got one comment. Great job on this, but I know you have a program where no kids get left behind. Is that correct? If families can't afford summer rec, don't you have some monies available, some kids can go?
We use the special revenue, so we try to accommodate everybody in some way, but that money does come with no payback for them. So for us, we take that 10,000 out of the money that we raise for them to try to get as many kids. 10,000 is what I kind of feel like we're comfortable point for us where, because we
They do
want.
payment plans if people want to sign up and pay earlier and pay later so that their kid can go to camp.
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah,
I
we
know
try.
Parents, the kids would love to go.
Yep.
And they just can't afford that, what is that, 1,500 or 2,000?
Part of our motto, we definitely don't want to ever leave any kid
Thank you.
not behind. That's we want to include everybody, and if we have the desire to do it or the way to do it, we will make sure it happens.
Jen?
I want to make a motion to move ahead the budget as proposed.
I'll
Second that. All in favor of moving this forward? Unanimous, thank you. It is a little past.
Helping kids be happy.
Go ahead, I was gonna say it.
April
Bum, bum, bum.
3rd, I'm supposed to be leaving with my son to go to South Carolina. I have no problem waiting if it's okay to do mine donation night, if that would be acceptable for you guys.
It's not here Saturday.
Yes, we'll put you in on donation night. I think that's fine. I think it's a good idea. And depending on how donation night goes, we might fit a little more in capital.
Is that okay, Scott? I don't know. Is that you good?
Donation night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do it. It'll be a long night.
Well, at least get yours in for donation night. That's fine. Yep. No problem.
After the donation.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I know we went back and forth, but so are we doing the 35? Is that where did that?
For the new truck?
Did we second?
Yeah, that's in.
Okay.
Yep.
Make a motion to adjourn?
Yes. All in favor of adjournment?